Buenos días a todos y bienvenidos.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Casa Mediterránea. I'm Clara Gelbenzu, responsible of CIHEAM Zaragoza, and on behalf of the organizing organizations, we welcome you to this event, the 60th anniversary of Siam on sustainable development of coastal areas in the Mediterranean. We're going to begin the opening session, and we will give the floor to Andrés Perello, Director of Casa Mediterráneo. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Raúl Contés, Plácido Plaza, Secretary General of Siam, Roger Llanes, Secretary for Agriculture and Rural Development, Isabel Artime, Director General for Sustainable Fisheries, Ignacio Díaz de la Guardia, Deputy Director General for Multilateral Economic Affairs, and everyone attending today. And I welcome all of you to this Casa Mediterráneo. That is the best place to host this event. We have welcomed you in an old train station that has been restored and renovated, as I mentioned to some of the attendees. It's the Bustabeifel work. Therefore, it seems an unfinished work. It is finished, and it hosts all sorts of activities in this Casa Mediterráneo. This is a public consortium to project the Spanish states towards the Mediterranean countries, and a mirror effect to explain in Spain how the rest of life in the Mediterranean is happening. We'll have the statutory mandate to promote the province of Alicante, that we also do. So I always say that our mission is to create Mediterranean awareness. Unlike other public consortia that have to do cultural exchange, but there's no Asian awareness or South American awareness to be created, we have to create this awareness because we are in a basin that's seen from Asia is like a big lagoon. For others is a sea of conflict, and for us is the genesis of what we are. This 1% of water on the planet gathers all the world history. Because until we discovered other oceans, this was the world. Everything happened here, all civilizations, invasions, wars, tourism, trade, everything went through the Mediterranean. So we are a token of everything that has been happening. It's a sea where we can study any conflict in the world. It can be studied here. Tourism exploitation. We have the example of the coast, showing us how we should not do things. If we want to study climate change, we have 20% more problems here in this area of the world. If we want to talk about water scarcity, we have 18 million people without drinking water in this basin and 28 million people who do not have access to sanitation. It seems a small sea. It's 1% of the water in the planet and 7% of the population. Three important European powers with Italy, France, Spain, and 23 countries, if we count Gibraltar, the US base in Gibraltar. What else can we ask from such a small space in the world? If we want to talk about our exploitation of the fisheries, we can also find examples. Everything the world is suffering from can be found here. So there's a great relevance of this sea as a laboratory of what should be done in the rest of the world. And for us, this is essential, and to create awareness so that this is valued. And one day, this Mediterranean basin, like in the Barcelona Declaration, the more I read it, the more I think it's all perfect. In 1995, stating, let's make of the Mediterranean a sea of peace and quiet. So we can do this. Hopefully it will stop in the same place where it started. We can congratulate ourselves, and we can start building a new geopolitics where we have something to say. I'm not a speaker here, I'm just wanted to welcome you, but the topic you're going to talk about and the fisheries are essential. Everything to do with sustainability, respect for the planet, putting into practice the sustainable development goals will be welcomed in this house because we stir progress and sustainability in all aspects. So welcome, have a great day, and be sure you this house will be available, this Casa Mediterránea will be available for anything to do with Mediterranean progress and peace in the world. Thank you.
Tiene la palabra ahora.
Now we give the floor to Mr. Raúl Combes, Director of Siam, Zaragoza.
Buenos días a todos y a todas. Un saludo cordial.
Hello, welcome everyone. I would like to welcome the Director of Casa Mediterránea, the Secretary General of our organization, who celebrates his 60th anniversary, this Plácido Plaza, the Regional Ministry of Agriculture, of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and Ecological Transition and Climate Emergency. It's a difficult title, Roger. Also, Isabel, Director General for Sustainable Fisheries from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, and the Deputy Director for Multilateral Economic Affairs from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of the Government of Spain. And I would like to welcome a new delegate in Spain at Siam. Welcome, Miguel, and I would like to welcome the Director of the Institute of Montpellier, who is without Thierry as well. Thank you for being with us. I would like to welcome the speakers who shared this day with us today, the general directors of many countries of Siam related to fisheries and coastal areas that were invited, people in charge of research and representing many organizations. Well, for us, as a director of the Siam Institute in Zaragoza in the inland Mediterranean, I would like to welcome you to this meeting to find solutions and to improve cooperation in the face of the problems of fisheries, aquaculture, and coastal areas management in the Mediterranean. The organization of this meeting is within the activities organized by Siam to celebrate the 60th anniversary. Our responsibility in this International Center of Zaragoza is because we have a capacity, we have activities for more than 30 years for training, research, cooperation, dissemination, always to do with fisheries, agriculture, and coastal area management. We've been doing activities for 30 years. We have come here to Alicante, to the seashore, for 3 reasons. First of all, because we have a master's degree with the University of Alicante. I would like to welcome the people from the university on sustainable fishery management. And to talk about fishery and coastal areas, we had to come to the seashore, and we wanted to have a direct dialogue with communities, with museums. And here we found an ally we did not know. We found Casa Mediterránea. We met the director. People who have reacted with enthusiasm when we asked them to celebrate this meeting, to celebrate the 60th anniversary. They provided the space, and they also became collaborators and organizers. So thank you very much, Andres and the team, because we feel like at home. We share the Mediterranean focus. We share a vision and a projection about Spain towards the world. We try to find a cooperation between member states. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in these times of crisis, as the director mentioned, there are opportunities. For us, it is necessary, especially necessary, to share knowledge, to add capacities, to build capacity. We want to collaborate with institutions. We already collaborate. We want to intensify collaboration with the General Commission for Fisheries, the Commission for Conservation of the Atlantic Tuna, for specific protected areas, the Barcelona Convention, the PRIMA Association for Research and Innovation in the Mediterranean area. For us, Siam is an association literally representing the spirit of Mare Nostrum, our sea, because Siam is a space for cooperation between 13 member states, where all member states have the same vote and voice. 2,000 years ago, the Mediterranean world was together with the Rome hegemony. Today is a divided, fragmented space with many differences, this laboratory of conflicts that we hope to solve here. But from Siam, we have a governance formula that could also be a model where 13 member states work together to find shared solutions. Therefore, for us, this meeting today is a unique opportunity to get to know each other, to meet again if we already know each other, to share our visions on the Mediterranean for fisheries and coastal area management. And to this regard, we have to remember that the Mediterranean Sea is the largest semi-closed seas in Europe. Is surrounded by 22 countries with 46,000 kilometers, where a third of people in the Mediterranean live in coastal areas. This causes many environmental problems, especially in the southern rim. If we talk about fishery, you know the historic importance of fishery. If our logo was not an olive tree, it could be a fish, a tuna fish.
Que la actividad pesquera
This bluefin tuna could have been. So we think there is future consumption and demand are increasing, and fish is part of the Mediterranean diet. Many countries of the Mediterranean, we are net importers, and fishery and agriculture create economic and social wealth. But to take advantage of these opportunities, we need to be able to solve some serious problems. In this case, we wanted to focus on what we call the challenges on public management, knowledge and research. And therefore, we have 5 main targets in this meeting: to disseminate the activities of Siam and our working lines in terms of cooperation, in terms of management, knowledge transfer and capacity building. Secondly, we want to analyze the problems of fisheries. Thirdly, the problems of coastal area management. Fourthly, we want to contribute to improve the position of women in the fishing world, and we want to establish the foundations for a European network of women fishers. And in the 5th place, we would like to establish the basis, the foundation for an sea museums network. For that reason, we have invited representatives of the Museum of Carcasse, and we hope that the initiative of bringing together the Tricasse Museum and the museums of Tabarca, Santa Pola is successful, and everything goes well, we can extend this network to the other Mediterranean countries. Ladies and gentlemen, to finish, I wish you a fruitful meeting and a nice day with us. Enjoy the wonderful light of this corner of the Mediterranean, Western Mediterranean, and enjoy the light of Casa Mediterráneo. We trust that new cooperation projects will emerge from this meeting among the institutions. We want this to be the beginning of an era of greater collaboration, alliances, and understanding of the needs in the framework of our strategic agenda of 2025 for Sustainable Development 2030. To finish, well, thank you to the whole team of Siam, the speakers, Casa Mediterráneo, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation, Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery and Food, and for your presence, whether in person or online, if you're following the streaming. I would like to finish with the words of a great historian, a French historian, Lucien Febvre, the great master and historian of the Mediterranean. This man, who died in 1956, said that the Mediterranean is, first of all, a world of historic people opposed, but linked, harmonized by the requirements of a whole. Furthermore, he said that it's a complex of seas and land brought together in solidarity. And the other day I read a sentence by Einstein said that intelligent people find solutions and wise people avoid problems. If we have not been wise to avoid some problems, I hope we are smart or intelligent to solve these problems. Thank you.
Ahora tiene la palabra don Plácido.
We now give the floor to Mr. Plácido Plaza, Secretary General of Siam.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Andrés, for welcoming us here in Casa Mediterráneo, which is a symbolic place for dialogue and cooperation in the Mediterranean. And as you said, here we try to invent a concept of collaboration, exchange, and also Siam is about that. We've been for 60 years trying to propose a new modality of cooperation among our countries in focusing on agriculture, environment, but that also goes beyond, because we're talking about the inclusion of young people, agriculture, and inclusion of women. Thank you, Raúl, for organizing this event here in Spain. And I'm Spanish, and as Secretary General of Siam, I will speak in one of the two official languages of the center, so I will continue in English.
Dear partners and colleagues, it's a pleasure to address the participants to this meeting on sustainable coastal areas management and fisheries in the Mediterranean, here in Alicante, in this very special place, the Casa Mediterráneo. As I said, thank you to Andrés and thank you to his team to welcome us in this very special place that around the day I think you will have the occasion of enjoying and practicing, because you will need some time to get, percolate the particularity and the personality of the area. To the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Food, Fisheries and Food of Spain, our deepest gratitude. Deepest gratitude for the strong support to Siam ever since its creation in '62, and particularly to Zaragoza since '69 when it was created. I mean, this support is absolutely central, and it puts into evidence the priority that Spain gives to Mediterranean cooperation and dialogue. As I said, Raúl, thank you to your team for organizing this event. And I would like also to thank Ambassador Álvaro Albacete, who is with us today. He is the Deputy Secretary General of Union for the Mediterranean, in charge of higher education and research. And also thank you to our historic partners, the FAO and the GFCM, to be also with us today, represented by Ernesto Peña and Miguel Bernal. Ladies and gentlemen, because food, agriculture, fisheries, and inclusive development of vulnerable rural areas cover at different levels complementary fields of intervention, Siam has decidedly and since the beginning made the strategic choice of partnership when elaborating her strategies and her activities. In this sense, and an example, we have signed very recently a tripartite agreement with the FAO and the UFM in order to build up a common collaboration framework to accelerate progress on the Agenda 2030 by supporting, through collaborative actions, the necessary shift towards more sustainable food systems and fisheries in the Mediterranean. Sustainable coastal management and communities empowerment, as well as conservation of biodiversity and fishery resources, is one of the main 4 strategic axes that has been retained by our governing board to be developed in the coming years. On this issue, strongly interconnected with food security, Siam develops, as Raul has mentioned, capacity building programs, cooperation projects, and all that in close collaboration with local actors. We also support policy dialogues on different issues on agricultural policies, local and agricultural development. And the issue that we are discussing today was already central in 2008 in the 7th ministerial meeting that was held in Zaragoza. At a time where the world and the Mediterranean are going through an unprecedented series of crises which are severely impacted our food systems, it is essential to jointly discuss how fisheries and sustainable coastal development areas management can effectively contribute to sustainable food systems. The contributions and experiences of the countries present here today, as well as other stakeholders, will be fundamental in identifying concrete and sustainable actions pathways toward sustainability of Mediterranean fisheries and coastal economies. A strong Mediterranean dialogue is really needed to generate shared knowledge and scientific appraisal on the most challenging issue that will be facing the regional coastal management areas and to facilitate the adoption of effective management measures. So our meeting today will aim at contributing to strengthen this collaboration between the countries and also between international and national agencies to support the collaboration and sharing of experiences between Mediterranean coastal communities and to initiate, as it was said, collaboration between women's associations involved in fisheries and the aquaculture sector. Ladies and gentlemen, feeding and providing decent livelihoods to a never-increasing population with supporting at the same time youth and women's socioeconomic inclusiveness are among the main challenges facing our region. Addressing them, as well as facing the food, the fisheries and nutritional security status of our region will require mobilizing substantial investment in research, in innovation, and in development of specific skills geared to operational capacities. That's why regional cooperation is an essential tool to pooling resources and know-how in order to elaborate a common vision and jointly develop strategic initiatives that we hope to be able to come through in the next years. Thank you very much.
Tiene la palabra don
And now I give the floor to Roger Llanes, Regional Secretary for Agriculture and Rural Development from the Regional Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Climate Emergency and Ecological Transition from the Regional Government of Valencia. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Casa Mediterráneo, for giving us the opportunity to Siam of using your space. And also thank you very much, dear Raul, after having seen you with so many roles and now seeing you as the Siam director. And also I would like to welcome the other institutions and the other representatives from governments and from entities of other countries that are here today with us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have said, as the representative of the regional government of Spain, I hope that you will enjoy this session, and I would like to welcome you to the Casa Mediterráneo in Alicante. After having heard the director and the Secretary General of Siam, I am not going to talk to you about the relevance of Siam on their 60th anniversary, because you can see by yourselves about the trajectory throughout these years that has made the footprint of Siam to still exist. And it has also grown and consolidated And it has become a referent in terms of studies and research around topics of the Mediterranean Sea, our Mare Nostrum, and other sociological aspects that make up this territory, as it has been mentioned earlier. On so many occasions, it is emblematic, and with 60 years, we can see the trajectory of Siam. But I would like to highlight, especially in this current context, is that the activity of the Siam, it is always important, of course, but nowadays, in the current situation, in these uncertain times with so many challenges, it is essential and crucial. We have seen that this sea is subject to the consequences of the pandemic, the climate change, territorial tensions, inequalities. There are many challenges around the Mediterranean that need an adequate response. In other fora, we have tried to give an adequate response, and today we are going to focus on some specific issues that require these solutions that Raúl mentioned earlier. The best way to obtain answers to these questions is through knowledge of elements that were born precisely in the Mediterranean, and where we can see the problems that they face with demagogy and populism and so-called easy solutions that never reach practical implementation. So what we have to do is face the dangers that come from simplistic readings of the reality. So I think it is very fortunate to have chosen this place, this city of Alicante, to host the topic that we will see today, that is the sustainable development of coastal areas and fisheries in the Mediterranean. It is not the first time that Casa Mediterráneo hosts acts on the topic of fisheries. We celebrated a few years ago the Scientific Forum of the Mediterranean, precisely here in this room, and also revolving around many of the issues that we will see today. But today we are going to see the study on the sustainable development and management of coastal areas and fisheries in the Mediterranean. We all know the problems of human pressure on these areas, certain type of fisheries, overfishing, microplastics, and of course the growing impact of climate change. So we want to share knowledge and the research activity to find manners to keep this millennial activity, adapting it to the new times. So it is necessary to engage all the stakeholders that participate in this process. We have to balance all the interests from different stakeholders. And in debates and discussions of this area, perhaps we should give voice and listen to everyone involved. As the former Director General of Agriculture and Fisheries, fishermen and agriculture and farmers in the Mediterranean, they have been making a long effort for a long time so that their work complies strictly with the sustainability criteria that are demanded from them by authorities and by society itself. But environmental sustainability is essential, but must also be coupled with social sustainability and economic sustainability. It is obvious that our Ministry of Agriculture keeps its eye on the need for economic sustainability. And this has been demonstrated last week precisely. But this vision for the Mediterranean is even more important, more essential. I want to mention one of the specific problems for fisheries here in the Mediterranean, and it is the lack of deeper research at local level more specific research, the allocation of quotas and the state of the bluefin tuna fishery state, and also the continuous and the consistent trawling working sessions. This is one of the main modalities for the fishermen communities in the Valencia region. Precisely a year ago, here in Alicante, we had the visit, the joint visit from the Commissioner for the Environment, together with the Minister, and we visited Alicante and the center of Tabarca. And what we were trying to do was for the Commissioner to see the singularity of the Mediterranean Sea characteristics before carrying on with this process that is going to lead us to the end of the traditional fishing as we know it. And I would like to mention the authorities in Brussels, so that they can value and assess the peculiarities and the characteristics of a fisheries model that is very small scale, almost artisanal, for the provision of our pantries and the supply of the communities in the coastal areas, but also to support the society around the Mediterranean area. And I would say of all our coastal areas. And sessions like the one we are having today will give us the keys and the tools so that we can obtain a sustainable future for everyone. Thank you very much.
Tiene la palabra
And I give the floor to Isabel Artime, Director General for Sustainable Fisheries, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food. Good morning. Director of Casa Mediterráneo, Director of Siam, Secretary General of Siam, Regional Secretary for the regional government, Spanish delegate in front of Siam, other authorities and officials and representatives of other institutions, both national and international, and dear speakers and dear participants, good morning everyone. Thank you very much for being present here today. And I would like to thank first Siam and Casa Mediterráneo for the invitation to the Director General of Fisheries to share with you these topics that are very relevant and very important, and also to focus on the fisheries and the sustainable development and their relation with the development of coastal communities that are closely linked to fisheries. This is a topic that is not only essential, and today's session will also celebrate, it's a special celebration of Siam for its 60th anniversary. It has been promoting and enabling cooperation for 60 years in food and fisheries in many countries of the Mediterranean basin, and also scientific research and education in terms of agriculture and fisheries, and the dissemination of all this knowledge. So congratulations to Siam and its team for your extraordinary work. Today we are going to see the main challenges of the management of the fisheries in the Mediterranean. Spain has shores in the Mediterranean and has a Mediterranean culture as well, and it has been working for years in sustainable management of fisheries in order to guarantee not only the good state, the good condition of fishing resources, but also the balance between the different sectors that are using fishing resources, and also the dependent fishing communities that are closely linked with this sector, not only from the economic perspective, but also from a social and cultural perspectives. To obtain the environmental, social, and economic sustainability in the fisheries in the Mediterranean, the Ministry of Fisheries in Spain is working in several lines. From the point of view of the national level regarding Mediterranean fisheries, Spain and the fishing sector is making a huge effort to apply the multi-annual management plan for the Western Mediterranean that was approved by the European Union in 2019 and whose main goal is to reach the maximum sustainable yield in 2025 and whose main axis to obtain this is to make an effort in fisheries. Spain is implementing this plan progressively and in a balanced manner from the point of view of mainstream sustainability from three different perspectives: environmental, in order to achieve the maximum sustainable yield for fisheries, maintaining the stocks in an indefinite manner, and also from a point of view of society and culture and economy, so that we can the fishing sector can maintain its profitability and its survival throughout time. So we have been requesting the European Union sufficient fishing days in order to gain this profitability for the sector, for our trawling fishing, which is the one that is more affected by this plan. The trawling fisheries works for 30,000 days less than in 2019. And Spain defends the reduction of this fishing effort, but this reduction is not the best or the only possible tool. There are other tools, other instruments that will enable us to reach the maximum sustainable yield without endangering the profitability of the sector. In the last years, Spain has established an important number of temporary and permanent bans in the Mediterranean that must be assessed with timelines that are sufficiently long. So we cannot extract any conclusions that from one day to another if we take into account the nature of these bans. But of course, these bans will recover the stocks, obviously. We are also aware of the great dependency of certain fisheries in the Mediterranean of the bluefin tuna. And, well, I am talking about this because from the General Secretary of Fisheries, we give many efforts for sufficient and balanced bluefin tuna fishing, so that this type of fisheries that is closely linked to the Mediterranean and Spanish cultures. So through the royal decree, we acknowledged the effort of fisheries in the Mediterranean together with other regions such as the Canary Islands and the Strait of Gibraltar. And now we are negotiating the CAT yearly meeting, annual meeting, for a new regulation of this type of fisheries with an increase of the TAC, which will mean a higher quota for Spain and for the Mediterranean fleet. We have been working in this national framework for a long time in order to create a new plan for the management of two other species in the Mediterranean, such as anchovy and sardine in Spanish waters. And we have been managing this and adopting it within a framework of cooperation, close cooperation between scientists, the fishing sector, and authorities. At national and international level, we think that it is key the role of the General Commission of fisheries in the Mediterranean. Spain has been a member for 30 years already. Before we we joined the European Union, we were already in this organization. The General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean, and we think that the development of this strategy of GFCM that was adopted last year. This strategy has certain targets, certain goals that are also in line with the Spanish fishing management and how to contribute to healthy seas in a playing level field, how to support small-scale fishing for resilient fisheries, adequate employment, and exchange of knowledge and several institutions at the sub-regional level. All these goals are challenges for the future, but in order to obtain this, we will reach a sustainable fisheries at global level. The Commission, the General Fisheries Mediterranean Commission will foster the consensus in order to share the solutions for species that are shared by different countries in the Mediterranean. And here we have the importance of the first plan of shared management on which we are working with Morocco to manage the a certain species in the Straits of Gibraltar. And then I would also like to mention the marine reserves and the interest of the government of Spain to protect them. For almost 37 years, we created the first marine reserve of interest for fisheries, precisely here in Tabarca, in Alicante. This was the first marine reserve that has given rise to a network, and now we have 9 marine reserves, 3 in the Canary Islands. And these have been a commitment to sustainable management and to show that traditional fisheries is compatible with a sustainable management from an environment point of view. And it is also a cultural and economic foundation for the areas where these reserves are located. They protect spaces, but they also protect the fishing sector that is linked to artisanal fisheries within these reservations. And they also group together different interests, and it is an example for coexistence, governance, and also it is like a laboratory that gives us essential scientific knowledge in order to move towards sustainable fisheries. We think that dissemination and especially education and training on the marine environment and investigation are essential for the fisheries sector. One of the challenges for the fisheries sector is also its modernization and to face certain challenges regarding climate change, generational relief, and it is essential to do this from a perspective of training and capacity building and skills development for the fishermen. This is key in order to obtain this social and economic sustainability in the territories of the fishing areas and contribute to the development of coastal areas. From this point of view, the Secretary of Fisheries works together with Siam to do educational training. We cooperate with them in the master's course on sustainable fisheries together with the University of Alicante and the University of Zaragoza. This year we also had an experience with our intermaris ship in Alicante with a specific course on training for scientists, and we did it also with the collaboration of Siam. And we think that we have to share knowledge and feed the future, as the Siam motto say, and our motto is about sharing knowledge too. So we are all walking together in the same line, in the same path for work. And we think that a scientific community, fishermen, the fishing sector, and the authorities have to work together in order to obtain this sustainability that I mentioned earlier at environmental, social, and cultural levels. And we needed a common effort from these three stakeholders in order to build a sustainable future for the fisheries in the Mediterranean. And we are working on this, and the effort from scientists and from the sector and from public administrations can be seen in the actions that we are implementing. So we hope to reach these goals that are so long awaited. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I give the floor to Ignacio Díaz de la Guardia from the Ministry of European Union, Foreign Affairs and Cooperation. Good morning. I think all of you were able to evoke these points, and I would like to apologize. Director General of Casa Mediterráneo, Secretary General of Siam, Regional Secretary of Agriculture, and Director General of Sustainable Fisheries, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the invitation on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the European Union and Cooperation to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Siam. We live in a moment of deep global uncertainty where food security is threatening stability. And here we can see the important role of Siam in the areas of agriculture, fisheries, food, and natural resources in the Mediterranean basin. The Mediterranean is one of the priorities of Spanish foreign policy. Its stability and prosperity can be seen in our policies and the policies from the European Union. We can see a relationship of interdependence between all the countries. For the last years, the region has experienced deep changes. We have stakeholders and traditional challenges, such as migration fluxes, illegal traffic, or threats to security. But in the last year, we have seen new challenges, such as democratic stability, social inclusion, institutional strengthening, and climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see a background of climate emergency that leads to the increase and the severity of natural phenomena. Unfortunately, this situation is being noticed, especially in the countries on the shores of the Mediterranean. We can see that in Spain, over two-thirds of the Spanish territory are in the category of arid, semi-arid, and sub-humid areas, dry areas. This must be challenged with the process of rapid demographic growth. According to the UN, by 2050, the Earth population will reach 9.7 billion people, of which 68% will live in urban areas that will be larger and more complex. And the Mediterranean will also see this trend. Out of its metropolitan areas with over 300,000 inhabitants that we can see in each of them, 80% are located around the coast. Any lack of efficient planned management will make this urbanization worse. From the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation, we are following with attention the actions and projects that are geared towards mitigating the effects linked to the climate change in the Mediterranean and the protection of its ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, in this regard, I want to highlight the words from the Minister of Foreign Relations, European Union and Cooperation on the Regional Forum of the Union for the Mediterranean in November 2021, where it was proposed to create a specific mechanism to contribute to capacities to fight against fires and civil protection. And this is very relevant, especially if we see the fires that took place last summer. From the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation, we are committed to the preventive stage because we know that the best way to face a crisis is preventing them. And we need to preserve ecosystems. And these actions are the pillars that support the work that has been done by Siam for 60 years. Siam is a tool, unparalleled tool, that gives voice to multilateral cooperation in terms of agricultural and fisheries, food systems, and coastal and rural development. With the Institute of Zaragoza from Siam that was started in 1969, we have seen it has become an international referent for specialized training in the agro-food sector. These main objectives are the protection of the planet through the fight against all the forms of waste of natural resources, food, knowledge, and science, food security and nutritional, and also the prevention of crisis by working of the resilience of communities. Ladies and gentlemen, before the challenges that we are facing, we have to promote intergovernmental cooperation in order to give joint responses to global problems. And the Ministry of Foreign Relations and the Siam, we know not only from the cooperation symbolized by Siam for its member states, but also through the collaboration that Siam promotes with more than 50 countries, several organizations, intergovernmental organizations, and over 600 universities and research centers. Thank you very much.
Bien, pues vamos a continuar.
We're going to continue with our meeting. Thank you to all the participants of the opening session. And now we're going to start the second session, where we will present our capacities, the capacities of Siam, the activities of Siam in terms of sustainable management of coastal zones and fisheries. And I will now ask to come over here Massimo Zuccaro, first of all, thank you. Haridon Kaletsidis, please Haridon, and Ana Maria Sanchez. While they get ready, I'm going to tell you that for us, Siam, our cooperation work focuses on agro-food development, including fisheries and aquaculture, and that for us, at the moment, there are 4 strategic axes which are essential. First of all, women empowerment in the agro-food system, always including fishery, the inclusion of youngsters, training, employability of young people, the promotion of sustainable agro-food systems, and finally, fisheries and the sustainable management of coastal areas. This topic is so important that we have created in this, what we call in our organization, a corporate group, which is a personal representative of each of the 4 institutes we have at Siam, plus 1 or 2 people from the General Secretariat in Paris. In this case, the people taking part in this corporate group are our experts in fisheries at the 4 institutes. The expert on fishery, if our expert in Hania, is Haridon Kaletsidis. Thank you very much for coming. Our expert in the Bari Institute in Italy, thank you for coming, Massimo Zuccaro. Our expert representative, Thierry Damet, at the Montpellier Institute. And our expert at the Zaragoza Institute could not make it today because he was sick. And coordinating the group, we have two people from the General Secretary, Vincenzo Fassino, who is also sick and could not be here today, and Giulia Nabore, who is here today. So in this session, we'll have two parts. On the first part, we will show you, well, Massimo will give you a summary, a short presentation of our activities in fishery and sustainable management of coastal areas. And in the second part, Chariton Kalitsidis, together with Ana Maria Sanchez, in charge of training at the Zaragoza Institute, who's been supporting the work of this group. They will both present the preliminary results of a study or an analysis at the four institutes to know the needs of the member states, the priorities of the member states for fisheries and coastal area management, and vision for the future on this subject. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Massimo Zuccaro.
Activities in the field of the fisheries and zonal coastal management. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Raul. So first of all, I would like to thank the Siam Zaragoza, the director, and the whole colleagues, as well as the Siam Secretariat for the kind hospitality and for the organization of this important event. So I'm Massimo Zuccaro, Scientific Administrator from Siam Bari, and today I'm very honored to show you the activity realized by the corporate group on coastal zone management and fisheries on behalf of Vincenzo Fassino, that, as Raul told us, is not here in present due to some health problems. Okay, next one. So in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the EU Biodiversity Strategy adopted in 2011, the Siam has implemented its action plan 2015 for the Mediterranean, which intends to propose a solution to back up transition, encourage multilateral initiatives able to pull countries and private and public stakeholders around themes which are at the core of the SDGs. Siam missions are structured around 4 pillars of development, which are food security and nutrition, protect the planet, inclusive development, crisis, and resilience. At an operational level, Siam operates through its 4 institutes, Bari, Kenya, Montpellier, and Zaragoza, and strives to achieve these objectives through either education and professional training, research and cooperation policy or projects, policy dialogue, and institutional strengthening. Over the years, Siam has focused its action and enforced its expertise towards the development of some sectors and activities of the blue economy that can foster an inclusive and sustainable development of the Mediterranean coastal communities. Among these, small-scale fisheries, aquaculture, seafood quality, processing and marketing, and coastal management through an holistic and integrated approach based on the blue economy principles assume particular importance. In 2019, the Siam created a corporate group on coastal zone management and fisheries with the participation of experts from the 4 institutes. This group represents an important place for reflection, exchange and collaboration, and it pursues the mission of coordinating institutes' work, increasing synergies among the 4 institutes and the General Secretary in Paris, and provide a strong corporate vision. Capitalizing on the skills, resources, and infrastructures of each institute and putting them into a system defining at the same time a common direction for the future action, Siam intends to strengthen its role in the Mediterranean region in improving concrete solution, capacity building, and policy recommendation in line with priorities defined by national and international organizations. In the last 2 years, the corporate group on coastal zone management started with its own activities in improving coordination and developing common work plan, which included the analysis of current problems and needs in the region, whose presentation will follow my speech, and the organization of this workshop that wants also to lay the first stone for strengthening of collaboration around two important topics: women in the fishery and aquaculture sector, and enhancement of small-scale fisheries cultural heritage as a strategy for improving the resilience of the coastal communities. So, in this slide, you can see how many activities Siam realized on the topic of the coastal zone management fisheries in the last 2 years. So now, before closing my presentation, let me show just an example of masters and advanced course and project we have realized. So, the first one is the Master on Sustainable Fishery Management, jointly organized by the University of Alicante, the Spanish Ministry of Agriculture, Fishery and Food, and Siam Zaragoza. So the GFCM and the Fishery and Aquaculture Department of FAO also participate in its organization by providing technical support. The Master, which is offered since 2004, is held every 2 years, and the next edition is in September, will be in September 2023, and it provided a multidisciplinary approach to sustainable fisheries management from the perspective of different sciences such as biology, economics, law, and sociology. So the Advanced Course of Sustainable Development Coastal Community is organized in the beautiful landscape of Tricase Porto in the south of Puglia region, Italy. The course aims at providing comprehensive knowledge of the best practices, approaches, management tools, and innovation for shaping a sustainable and reliable vision of the coastal community's development. The course is addressed to 14 officials from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery from Mediterranean and Indian Ocean countries. For 10 weeks, the trainees live in the Tricase Porto, in the widespread campus realized by Siam Bari, in close relationship with the Tricase Porto inhabitants, and carry out also a self-learning process stimulated by local stakeholders who are main actors of the same development path. The course is realized in collaboration with the FAO and GFCM, and it contributes to enriching the Mediterranean Blue Transformation movement and to strengthening the regional strategy of the Mediterranean Plan of Actions. Finally, so the next May, we'll launch the new and the 4th edition of the course. So the professional training on scientific fisheries of service is financed by Spanish Ministry of Agriculture, Fishery and Food, and aims at training specialized staff in data collection on board fishing vessels, right premises, to have reliable information on the state of fish stocks and properly address their management. In the framework of the Horizon 2020 program, the Siam Zaragoza coordinated the project MADAID, Mediterranean Aquaculture Integrated Development, a research and innovation action aiming to increase the overall competitiveness and sustainability of the Mediterranean marine fish farming sector throughout the whole value chain. More recently, the Siam Bari and Siam Zaragoza have joining efforts to participate in the project New Tech Aqua, a research and innovation action funded by the Horizon 2020 program, which wants to expand and diversify European aquaculture production of fish, mollusks, and microalgae by developing and validating innovation and new technology. Siam leads the work package on communication, dissemination, and training, and is particularly involved in transfer and training activities related to the project results. So founded in the framework of the bilateral neighborhood program managed by the EU delegation in Tunisia, the Siam Montpellier coordinates the Develop project. So the Develop objective is to strengthen the maritime agriculture and rural economy of Kerkena Highland by supporting the emergence of economic and social projects based on sustainable use of local resources, and in particular its specific resources for the benefit of the entire population. So financed by Interreg Italy Albania Montenegro program, Siam Bari implemented Blue Land project, an initiative for defining and testing a model based on the participatory management of marine and coastal natural resources in 3 areas of the Adriatic Sea: Tricase in Italy, Porto Palermo, Albania, and Velika Plaza and Bojana River in Montenegro. The essential feature of this model is the involvement of the local community and its role in the management of the area. The local community is in fact involved in a social evaluation process with the objective of evaluating the importance of the ecosystem services provided by the territory, classifying them on the basis of their perceived importance, and adopting regulation for preserving them and ensuring the sustainable use of the natural resources. So finally, this is the team of experts, the member of the corporate group, and I would like to personally to thank each of them for their commitment and efforts. So Charlington Kalizis from Kenya, Zied Ahmed from Montpellier, Julia Naborre from Siam Paris, and I from Siam Bari, and last but not least, as I already said, Bernardo Basurco from Siam Saragozza and Vincenzo Fersino, to whom I would like to extend my best wishes for their speedy recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maximo, for your short and better our capacity that we are able to do, that we have done until now. But now we are going to look to the future, okay? And we are going to present you the first results of the survey that we are doing for knowing better the needs of our member countries in order to improve our action to be more useful for them and to adapt our training, our research, and our projects to the needs of this new time of challenges about sustainable fisheries and zonal coast management. So, first, Ana Maria Sanchez, okay, the head of the training unit in Zaragoza is going to present a first part of this survey. Thank you very much, Ana Maria. You have the floor.
So, good morning. Thank you, Raúl, for your kind introduction. First of all, I would like to apologize for the absence of Bernardo Basurco. As head of training unit to which he belongs, I will be replacing him, although I am not part of the corporate working group on coastal zone management and fisheries. It's a pleasure for me to present you the important study that CIHEAM is doing to analyze the priorities and needs for coastal zone management and fisheries in the Mediterranean. Maybe you wonder why this complex and ambitious study is necessary. Coastal zone management and fisheries in the Mediterranean are facing challenges such as climate change, food security, habitat degradation, loss of biodiversity, concentration of population, and a lot of more that we will talk a lot about them in this event. Due to the numerous challenges for coastal management and fisheries in the Mediterranean and the limited resources available, there is a need of focus. It is very important to identify what the sector needs and what the stakeholders consider to be priority lines of action. CIHEAM addresses and responds to the Mediterranean common priority of a sustainable blue economy and to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by promoting multilateral initiatives and policy dialogues, delivering educational programs, training and advanced courses, and carrying out research and cooperation projects, focuses on coastal management, sustainable fisheries, aquaculture, coastal tourism, and marine environment. From our experience, 4 topics were selected to be included in this study, divided into 4 chapters: sustainable development of aquaculture, marine protected areas, sustainable fisheries management, sustainable coastal management. The analysis initially included an additional topic on agro-food industries in coastal areas, which has been postponed for the next study. I will present some results of the chapters on sustainable development of aquaculture, marine protected areas and sustainable fisheries management, and Professor Harrington Kaletsidis from Siam, Kenya, will present the results of the chapter on sustainable coastal management. The main objectives of this analysis were to identify the priorities and needs for coastal zone management and fisheries in the Mediterranean, and to identify actions that the Siam can implement to provide solutions and answers in the future in collaboration with the national administrations and international institutions working in the same fields. To achieve this, the specific objectives were to identify the major international and national stakeholders in the Mediterranean, to collect information and data on the problems and issues that sustainable coastal zone management and fisheries are facing, to elicit experts and stakeholders' opinions, experiences, suggestions, and proposals of concrete actions to Siam, an analysis of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats using the above-mentioned information collected, and to generate a report about the needs, priorities, and requirements of stakeholders. Regarding the methodology, as already said by Massimo Zuccaro, this analysis is a project of the Siam Corporate Working Group on Coastal Zone Management and Fisheries that started last year. The group has counted on the support of 3 consultants. Stefano Lelli and Fabrizia Buono are here today, and if needed, we will have the opportunity to comment on the details of the study with them. The identification of stakeholders, problems that sustainable coastal zone management and fisheries are facing, and potential solutions was achieved based on a review of 16 reports, technical documents, and publications. This identification gave rise to 4 online questionnaires about needs and priorities in the Mediterranean for the development of sustainable aquaculture, marine protected areas, sustainable fisheries management, and sustainable coastal management. Each questionnaire was divided into 3 parts. The first part of each questionnaire was to establish the profile of the respondent. In the second part, the respondent was asked to rank from 1 not relevant to 5 very relevant, a list of problems and constraints, and solutions based on their knowledge and experience. Respondents were also asked about other problems or proposals and how Siam can contribute to the development in each field. The answers were compiled, organized, and synthesized, and a SWOT analysis was conducted to classify strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Let me now start with the results on sustainable development of aquaculture. 37 documents were revised and 77 stakeholders were contacted. Finally, 31 respondents participate from 17 Mediterranean countries. International organizations, national administrations, research institutions, productions, NGOs, and others were involved. The needs, priorities, and solutions related to sustainable aquaculture were classified in 9 categories: production, so technical performance, marketing strategies, economic efficiency, governance, environmental issues, social aspects, research, and education and capacity building. 11 constraints and 16 proposals for sustainable aquaculture were ranked and most important for the stakeholders. This graphic is just an example that shows differences in the importance given to some needs by respondents from international organizations from the north and from the south of the Mediterranean. Please. This is an image of the SWOT analysis, not to be read now, but just to give you an idea of the magnitude. Let me underline the number of opportunities, especially the last one, training for farmers and aquaculture operators on innovative approaches, in line with the commitment of the training unit that I manage at CIHEAM Zaragoza. As a conclusion of this part, the actions that CIHEAM can implement to provide solutions and answers for the development of a sustainable aquaculture are to strengthen CIHEAM education programs by maintaining and increasing current institutional collaborations, to reinforce CIHEAM training courses for professionals to face current and emerging challenges, to transfer knowledge and technology, to take part in research projects together with partners from the European Union countries, and to promote international cooperation and provide technical assistance. Finally, to facilitate communication among stakeholders. Let's see now the results on marine protected areas. 8 documents were revised, 127 stakeholders were contacted, and 22 respondents participated from 13 Mediterranean countries. International organizations, national administrations, research institutions, NGOs, and others were involved. We classify the needs, priorities, and solutions related to protected marine areas into 5 categories: governance, environmental issues, social aspects, research and education and capacity building. A total of 12 constraints and 8 proposals of solutions received the highest importance scores by the stakeholders. As for the case of sustainable aquaculture, this graph shows that differences were found between international organizations, European Union and non-European Union countries in the importance given to some needs. This is the Swot analysis for marine protected areas. Again, not to be read now, but just to give you an idea of its magnitude. I would like to comment on the opportunities to support managers in the field and the national system of Mediterranean protected areas to achieve national targets on the long term, to encourage co-management configuration when establishing the management body, and to ensure enough skilled permanent staff, an appropriate implementation of marine protected areas regulation with regular patrolling and reinforcement of the law, to meet the conservation objectives by providing a flexible framework for management plans that allow managers to adapt if necessary, and to empower local managers with the necessary tools and knowledge to tackle marine litter. In the light of these studies and actions that CIHEAM could implement to provide solutions and answers regarding marine protected areas are education and training actions, courses and capacity building programs, knowledge and technology transfer actions for best practices, management tools, standardized protocols within the specification of each Mediterranean ecoregion, technical support, and open access science. Projects for identification and establishment of marine protected areas, more climate change adaptation strategies, developing eco-friendly development models and innovation. Research actions to mobilize resources and develop baseline studies, effective conservation measures in the marine protected areas, scientific monitoring and innovation. Regarding sustainable fisheries management, respondents were ministries officials, UN experts, international NGOs and other international bodies, experts from research institutes, university staff and professors, and experts producers' organizations. The identified needs, constraints, and solutions were related to overfishing and overcapacity, habitat destruction or modification, pollution, climate change, economic performance, post-harvesting including marketing, governance and management, social dimension related to fishing communities, research and capacity development, and education and training. 4 constraints, 11 solutions proposed received the highest average importance scores, higher than 4.35. This graph is just an example that shows also differences in the importance given to some needs by respondents from international organizations, from the North European Union countries and from the South non-European Union countries of the Mediterranean. A SWOT analysis was done for each of the categories mentioned. Here I will just show the part corresponding to overfishing and overcapacity. From this analysis, we could say that Siam can contribute to the sustainable fisheries management through strengthening Siam education programs by maintaining and increasing current institutional collaborations, training courses on specific topics such as assessment methods of fish stocks, ecosystem approaches, scientific fisheries observation, fisheries inspection and management along the supply chain, traditional gear manufacturing and mending, promotion of the advancement of knowledge for small-scale fisheries operators by ad hoc training curricula on fisheries and marine professions, diversification of activities, including marketing and valorization of products, knowledge transfers on techniques, natural seasonality of products and culinary aspects, and about the benefits of seafood, and the coordination and international dialogue with relevant stakeholders for the establishment of common strategies. Well, with this, I hope to have given you an overview of this Siam analysis of priorities and needs and the resulting Siam actions to provide solutions and answers in the sections of sustainable development of aquaculture, marine protected areas, and sustainable fisheries management. Thank you for your attention. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor Carrington Kaletsidis, who will present the results of this study related to sustainable coastal management.
Thank you, Ana Maria. So I will cover the 4th part of the study, which concerns the coastal zone management. The same methodology was followed. Originally, we reviewed the existing literature to identify the major topics that the stakeholders were concerned about in order to formulate and structure the questionnaires accordingly. So the 4 categories under the coastal zone management topic was marine litter, tourism, coastal ecosystem protection, and eutrophication. The stakeholders consultation resulted in the 24 questionnaire respondents. There's a small table indicating, we cannot clearly see it, but there's a mix of higher education institutes, international organizations, national associations, NGOs, network of associations, philanthropy institutions, consultants, and funding organizations. Those questionnaires were processed in the same methodology that Ana Maria presented. And this is a summary of the problems and the possible solutions suggested by the stakeholders for the 4 categories. Very briefly, for marine litter, it's obviously that the current situation is, with litter is very problematic due to high population density and intense tourism, to mention just a few. And in addition to the health risk, there is also economic impacts because of marine litter. The waste management improvement is one of the solutions suggested, as well as improved packaging and recycling, and implementation of circular economy, and education, training, and capacity building. For tourism, the problem is focused on the coastal zones because of the amenity value. This has an impact on water pollution, generating waste and marine litter, so you can see how those two are interlinked, and overconsumption of natural resources. And the proposed solutions are technologies that reduce pollution, again, adoption of circular economy solutions, focusing on gender equality and youth empowerment for the sector of tourism, and again, capacity building and training. Coastal ecosystems concerned with the biodiversity, which is linked with the marine protected areas section of the study. Again, there are pressure from pollution and the impacts on of land use, changing of land use because of tourism or other economically driven activities. Climate change and overexploitation are putting pressure on the ecosystems, so it have a limiting effect on the performance of the ecosystem services of those areas. So the evaluation of those ecosystem services to identify their value and try and mitigate the pressures on those services is one very important activity we have to take place, and also implementing policies like the ICZM, invest on research, capacity building, and education. And finally, eutrophication is part of the pollution, which is caused mostly by the nutrients output in the waters due to the industry or increased agricultural activities. This leads to loss of biodiversity and loss of amenity value of the areas where the eutrophication takes place. The suggestions are for adopting technical actions for reducing the effect by increasing filtration and restoring the damaged areas, implementing the associated the European directives as well as the ICZM protocols, and again investing in capacity building, education for direct and indirect polluters. So again, I will briefly just show you the results of the SWOT analysis for the particular topic. There's a number of sources of that cause the problem, the strengths that are currently identified, but also the threats that are awaiting for us in the future. So all this information was grouped in the next slide and will be grouped with all the other three topics that Anna Maria presented in order to have a more holistic report eventually. Can we change the slide? So again, these are the opportunities and threats identified by the SWOT analysis. So to summarize, there is, can we change? So in summary, the existing legislative framework is a significant strength in terms of dealing with the marine litter and eutrophication. So the problem is identified, the policies are there. There's a problem in the implementation of those policies, both through lack of funding, but also through lack of coordination between the responsible administrative bodies. The urbanization caused by coastal tourism, even though it's a boon for the local economy, is putting pressure on the environment and the local resources, contributing to pollution and eutrophication, which in turn is increasing the threats for the high biodiversity value habitats around the Mediterranean in the coastal areas. So the presence of ecosystem restoration programs is an opportunity because it's something that can be implemented in the future. But the threat, the weakness is also, as I mentioned earlier, the lack of coordination between the administrative bodies and those that are responsible for implementing the policies and the legislation. However, as you noticed in all four topics presented for the coastal ecosystems, as well as many on the topics presented by Anna Maria, training and capacity building was also mentioned as a necessity for the future, and this is viewed as an opportunity for all topics. So, function. It's basically, the next couple of slides are again some spider graphs indicating the response grouped by EU, non-EU, and international stakeholders who respond to the questionnaires. And it's very interesting to see that there is a variability in terms how 2-3 different categories of stakeholders view the significance of potential issues and solutions. However, the spider graph shows that the training and capacity building is something that is of very high value, especially for the stakeholders coming from outside of the EU. So for the EU stakeholders, it is still significant, but it only scores like 3 or 4. Whereas in many cases, in all 4 topics, the non-EU stakeholders score it as a 5. So it's something that evidently is very important, and there's a great necessity for it from their part. So finally, after having all these preliminary results and anticipating the overall results of the study, the big question is what Siam can do and how it can contribute to these issues that the Mediterranean coastal systems are facing, as well as the fisheries and aquaculture. So, as Massimo presented earlier on, there is 4 axes on which Siam has a lot of experience and can assist with. Is education and training, research, cooperative cooperation projects, and policy dialogue. And all those 4 activities is something that we can contribute towards helping and bring those strengths into the achievement of opportunities and trying to mitigate the weaknesses and dealing with the threats that come in the future. So we already have master's programs that are routinely running a year or every other year, which are related to the topic, and this gives the opportunity to postgraduate students primarily, but also it is possible to have administration staff coming from attending this is the 2 spider graphs. So the next slide, I think, is, So, and in addition, we have the advanced courses being taking place by various institutes on various topics. So it's something that can very easily be organized because we are in touch with the experts. We can put a curriculum together and focus it around a specific problem for a specific target group. Training programs regarding eutrophication and best practices for agriculture, aquaculture, and fisheries is something that we can organize and have organized in the past. For the marine litter management program, we can support the development of monitoring programs in terms of conducting research, but also implementing existing knowledge towards that front. And also provide assistance to South countries from the family of Siam, which are in greatest need for capacity building and training. And also implement general awareness raising campaigns. So regarding the 4th pillar, the policy dialogue, it's something that we are in touch with various national organizations and international organizations who have a reach on various stakeholders, and we have the capacity to bring them all together and discuss at various levels, from high level ministerial to local regional, and we can help bridge the gap between lack of coordination of administrative bodies who implement directives and legislation, and also provide feedback on improving and focusing policy generation for the specific topics that the studies have identified. And that's all from myself. Thank you very much. I don't know if you have questions.
Thank you very much for all the speakers. I want to inform you that once our survey, our institute was finished, we are going to send you the executive summary, at least. Okay, so let's finish our group. They are trying to finalize and to analyze with more detail, and we will send you, okay, the executive summary by email. So we have some minutes before the break for some questions for our experts of the Corporate Working Group on Fisheries and Coastal Zone Management. Please, you have the words. Sí, aquí.
Sí, hola, buenos días a todos. Bueno,
Hello, everyone. I listened very carefully to the presentations, and mainly I would like to ask 2 questions. When you were talking about the study, you referred to the participation of the stakeholders, institutions, international institutions, I understood NGOs. Could you specify, give us more details of who in the fishing sector have participated in the study, or what association, women associations, were you able to gather information on the data you have provided for sustainable management? And how would you assess or value the different criteria you have when presenting the problems and the solutions affecting the fishing sector in the Mediterranean, the third countries that are non-EU and EU countries? How do you assess the differences in criteria?
And had the opportunity to follow in direct. So there are two questions for you. The first, the kind of NGO fisher people that have been interviewed for the survey. Okay. In particular, if you have more details about in every country, or at least in some countries, the voice of the actors, of the professionals, okay, of the professionals, women, fisher, and association of any kind. This is the first question. The second question is related to the differences between the north, in the Mediterranean, and the south. In terms of needs, is if there is a different approach, a different sensibility, a different view about the needs and the cooperation activities that we should develop in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. The first part regarding reaching out to individual actors, because we used a top-down approach in determining the stakeholders, we try to look into get in touch with administrations or international organizations that have a greater coverage. However, there have been some associations, as far as I know, that are indirectly linked with the individual fishermen. So through those, I think to a certain extent their voice was heard. However, there is such a great diversity of fishermen around the Mediterranean, and each one has their own needs. So it's true we have to look into their needs and listen to their problems a bit more, but we have to make sure we cover the entire area, because that will give us the opportunity to identify synergies and be more efficient into implementing solutions. For the second question about the differences between North and South Mediterranean, the outstanding outcome of the preliminary SWOT analysis was that training, education, and capacity building was what the South thought that they're lacking primarily. Whereas the North, in terms of administration and policy, it was more into using what we already have in a better way, coordinating better, adopting and using policies that focus on the problems the way they have developed, but in a way that realistically can produce solutions, not simply implementing or developing policies just for the sake of it. So it's more an organizational part, I think, for the North, whereas it's more education and training for the South. That's the general impression I have. Of course, there's many more details about that. It's not so easily answered this question, but this is the first thing that comes out from the results.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Haridon. There are more questions, más preguntas entre el público.
Are there any other questions in the audience?
It's okay for you. Please, have the word.
Thank you. Well, thank you and good morning to everyone. I'm Ahmad Lahoud from Lebanon, from the Ministry of Agriculture. Firstly, congratulations to Siam for the 60th anniversary. It's very important. Lebanon has been an active partner, I would say, to Siam since long, and we have many activities together. The presentation is very interesting with Anna Maria, Massimo, and all what was mentioned is very interesting, and I think the Raoul, what you mentioned that Siam is always ready to collaborate with the managing organization from the region and with the governmental institution at national level. This is something very important because all these studies and the study that we participated to as well, this is could be also a response to the question before. We participated to collecting the data for this study through our CNRS in Lebanon and other partners and colleagues. This is very important because it puts the thrust behind all the work and activities to reach the main objective that we are all seeking. It's very important what you mentioned, that in the Mediterranean we have the strategy that the 2030 strategy that is built by GFCM, and we are all behind it. And I think that these studies can put more effort, especially if it will be certainly discussed within the working groups that are taking place. This is very good outputs, results, and we hope to see more of this. So I just wanted to say congratulations. We are happy to see these studies soon published and shared, and thank you again.
Thank you for you. So there are more questions for our panel of experts of the Corporate Working Group. Well, if not, we are going to finish here this session. So thank you very much. I hope you know better our capacities and the future to what we are going to. So half an hour for a coffee and more, and we'll see you in half an hour here. Okay, thank you very much.
Vale.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope the coffee rejuvenated you. So now we're going to have a couple of presentations. First one is from Miguel Bernal, and it's about sustainable development of coastal areas and fisheries in the Mediterranean. Miguel Bernal is from the GFCM of FAO. So without further ado, we would like to...
Thank you very much. Bueno, yo quería antes de nada
First of all, I would like to say a few words in Spanish. I would like to thank Siam and Raúl for his invitation to be here. It's an honor for us to be here, to have this collaboration with Siam. It has always been very positive and very relevant for the CGPM, or the GFCM, the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean. It's also our anniversary this year, so it's a year of anniversaries, and congratulations for the work done. I would like to add in this introduction that the opening words were, I really like the opening words and very appropriate. I would like to add only that these organizations, Siam and the GFCM, RASPAC, REDMAP, are a proof of this Mediterranean character, the will to cooperate we have in this region. We have many problems and difficulties in the Mediterranean, environmental, geopolitical problems, but the will to collaborate between the different countries to overcome the differences and to reach agreements on different topics and different scope is also a capacity and a feature of this region.
Change now into English, and I'm going to do the rest of the presentation. Today, I'm mainly going to be presenting what is the future looking like for the GFCM, what are our objectives, what is our ideas. And I would like to start that by reminding a little bit why are we talking about fisheries and aquaculture. Well, first of all, the General Fisheries Commission of the Mediterranean, for the Mediterranean, is a body of FAO, and therefore this means that our mandate is very linked to the objectives of FAO, which is hunger, which is poverty, which is gender equality, which are things that are related to people. This is very important because we are here and our mandate is to deliver towards this kind of goals. Fisheries and aquaculture is very important in our region, and it's important not only as a source of protein, but it's also as a source of employment, and is an essential part of the coastal communities of the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. We like to say that it's impossible to imagine the Mediterranean Sea without fishing ports, without fish in the restaurants, without the relation with the sea and with fisheries and aquaculture. This has been there forever, and we have numbers to prove it. We have numbers, for example, that there is no coastal village in the Mediterranean without a fisher, and we need to maintain this, not only because the particularities of having a job in the fishing sector, but also because these jobs at the end are more quality jobs than others. These are jobs that come from tradition, for culture, for people that really likes to do these activities, and we cannot lose them. This is the main objective of our organization. How can we make sure that these jobs will continue to be sustainable and we continue with future generations? The GFCM, very briefly, we cover both the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. I will mainly talk about the Mediterranean here, but our strategy is common for the two regions. And we very recently have started having presence in the different regions of the Mediterranean. Before, we only had a headquarters in Rome. Right now, we have a technical unit in Malaga, very close to here, another one in Tunis, another one in Split, in Burgas, and in Beirut. And this is very important because what it means is that we are starting having a much more close contact with the different sub-regions in the Mediterranean. Our objectives are clear: the conservation and sustainable use of living marine resources at all levels, and this was mentioned this morning by Isabel, biological, social, economic, and environmental levels. Crucial as well. I think there is a recognition that in the Mediterranean we cannot separate the environmental part of any activity, in this case fisheries and aquaculture, from the management of the human part of this activity. And of course, the sustainable development of aquaculture, as I said before. Let me go a little bit into the details about what are our priorities for fisheries, aquaculture, and compliance, which are the main axis of our organization. For fisheries, the three main topics is to make fisheries more productive and sustainable, supporting livelihoods and food security, and conserving the marine environment and ecosystem. And again, this is important in comparison with other RFMOs or with other fisheries bodies. The conservation of the marine environment has been in our agreement from the very beginning, 70 years ago. So, in relation to making fisheries more productive and sustainable, here there has been a number of axes to achieve this objective. The first one is the enhancement of the scientific research and the creation of a solid scientific basis for decision making. The adoption of technical measures, including quotas, fishing effort regulations, and management plans, and capacity building and implementation on comprehensive multi-annual management plans, as I was saying. Capacity building for us is crucial, and we have been doing several activities, for example, in coordination with Siam, such as training, contribution to courses with the University of Alicante as well. This is crucial. We identified long ago that one of the things that were preventing the management of fisheries to be efficient in our region was the lack of capacities of some of our countries to do this work. And this has been addressed in the last decades. In relation to livelihoods and food security, we have a very clear objective to improve the livelihood, diversification, socioeconomic conditions, and the market access of people working in this sector. The promotion of FAO policies, such as having a gender balance, social protection, and decent work, and the engagement of stakeholders in decision making. In some of the previous presentations, you have seen that it is crucial to have a consultation with the sector. And in our case, in the GFCM, we have specific tools to do that. We have created a dedicated SSF forum, a forum for small-scale fisheries, and we very recently have organized with FAO an SSF summit, which, by the way, was attended by many fishers organizations from Spain. We have a particular one from Valencia coming there, and it is crucial for us to make sure that we have this very clear communication with the sector directly in particular to implement measures for small-scale fisheries. In relation to the environment, we have as a first axis of our objective protection of vulnerable ecosystems through spatial measures and fishery restricted areas, addressing the impact of climate change, pollution, and other threats to health disease, and the mitigation of negative interactions through innovative fishing. As you know, and this was said this morning very well as well, the Mediterranean faces a number of big challenges, including climate change, including plastic pollution, including other impacts from anthropogenic activities. Our obligation as a regional fisheries management organization is to make sure that fisheries do not have a significant adverse impact on the ecosystem. And this is what leads our work in this axis of the work. Very quickly, in aquaculture, as you know, aquaculture in the region has reached the same level of production than fisheries. This is a very recent development, and FAO as an organization has the objective that aquaculture at world level should increase sustainably to address the problem of poverty, the problem of hunger in the world. So aquaculture in the region, the first objective that we have is to build efficient regulatory and governance frameworks. This was not the case before. All of the different countries have a very diverse regulatory framework. We have as a priority to try to have some minimum standards for the regulation of aquaculture activities in the region. Supporting market-oriented production, again, very crucial because we need to increase and enhance the perception of aquaculture products in our region. And as well as fisheries, making sure that aquaculture doesn't have a negative impact on ecosystems, so protecting ecosystems and ensuring animal and human health. Again, very quickly, to address the first of the pillars in aquaculture, we are trying to assist all of the countries to have very clear aquaculture development plans. Many of the countries of the Mediterranean are doing these plans now because they recognize the potential importance of this sector and the potential growth of this sector. So they are trying to do strategies to develop the aquaculture in the region. The implementation of dedicated zones for aquaculture within marine spatial planning. And again, this is crucial. We are in a region in which there are so many human activities in the coastal zones that avoiding conflicts and having an efficient planning of the activities is crucial. And again, capacity building, which in the case of aquaculture is being delivered through the establishment of a number of aquaculture demonstrative centers through our region that are the ones that are facilitating developing very targeted activities in the different countries of the Mediterranean. For the market side of aquaculture, we have a need to understand all of the value chain of aquaculture better. And for that, there is an observatory, a market observatory being established right now. We already have a very good, for example, product on the different country profiles in the Black Sea for the countries of the region. The analysis of the market and value chains, as I said before, and the promotion of responsible investments and private sector engagement. Again, with a growing sector, one of the important things is to attract funds, but that these funds are used in a development that creates a sustainable activity. Finally, in relation to the protecting ecosystems, the first of the axes here is to support the implementation of environmental monitoring programs, crucial because we need to make sure that this growth on aquaculture doesn't revert into a negative impact in the environment. Improvement of aquatic animal health and prevention of diseases. This is both crucial for being able to use these products for human consumption, but also to try to avoid or mitigate any potential problems, damages to the industry, to the different cages or aquaculture facilities. And the promotion of aquaculture diversification and innovation. Again, you will probably hear about this a lot in the near future because there is a very big new improvements on technological development for aquaculture that are going to change very quickly, very rapidly, the possibilities of this sector. Another of the big pillars of the GFCM is compliance. We are having a much more comprehensive regulatory framework across the region with a number of compulsory decisions that is exponentially increasing. There is a need that all of these decisions are being followed. And for that, there is a need to ensure the compliance with the rules, but also to enhance the monitoring, control, and surveillance facilities in the countries, and to make sure that the GFCM as an organization finds ways and mechanisms to create mutual assistance mechanisms to help countries to comply with the existing regulations. In the first part, in ensuring compliance, the first thing that is very important to say, I already mentioned that, is that we have adopted, most of them in the last 5 to 10 years, more than 100 regulations that are compulsory for the countries and the fishing and aquaculture facilities to follow. All of these rules need to be followed, and the first thing that we need is that the countries incorporate these rules into their national legislation, and that there is an awareness about what are the rules that need to be followed. There is a need to do a regular assessment of the effectiveness of the GFCM decisions, and in that we have a dedicated compliance committee that again has been growing quite a lot. As you can imagine, talking about compliance is not an easy task, and many RFMOs have difficulties in having a strong compliance committee. This is one of the things that the GFCM has been evolving towards this culture of compliance and towards ensuring that there is a transparent mechanism to inform when there is a problem of non-compliance and what to do to solve this problem. In terms of monitoring, control and surveillance, there was a very important need in the region. There was a very big difference between the capacities, for example, of European fleets and the capacities of non-European fleets on having monitoring facilities. This includes BMS, vessel monitoring system, logbooks, georeferencing of the position of the boats, etc., etc. On this, again, there is a big effort in all of our region to make sure that there is a minimum common denominator for all of our vessels. For vessels that are bigger than 12 meters, all of them need to have some geolocation system that is able to allow their countries to know where they are, what are they doing, and to register what kind of activities are they doing and what are the catches that they are having. In order to do that, there was a need, and there is still a very big need, to do technical assistance on monitoring, control and surveillance, and the development of databases of national legislation. I think there are colleagues here that are coming from Luxor, from Egypt, from the last meeting of a dedicated project to develop this database of legislation across the Mediterranean. This project has been really important because now not only we have a static database of what do the countries have. This database has been used to identify gaps and to trigger actions to launch, for example, a new legislation in Egypt. This is being discussed right now on the basis of the analysis of the existing previous legislation. Finally, for a mutual assistance mechanism, again, the need here was to have a constant dialogue on all countries on what do you need, what it is needed to improve the compliance in your country, and a kind of a best practices and sharing of how can we do this as a team, how can we do this as a regional organization, what can we learn from the activities of the different countries, what can we use, for example, on the efforts done in Lebanon to manage their small-scale fisheries, to try to do it in other countries, for example, Georgia, that do not yet have any system in place, or things like that. And this has been working. We have been putting a lot of effort on trying to identify good practices and expand them. This is also a way to recognize the efforts from the countries on addressing this difficult problem. Very quickly, because I think I'm finalizing with my time, of course, the other big activity that the GFCM does is to try to give visibility to all of these actions as a way to, first of all, facilitate awareness inside the countries and help the countries explain what are they doing inside the GFCM to address the regional challenges. And for that, for example, here you can see our flagship product, which is the report on the state of Mediterranean and Black Sea fisheries, which we do every 2 years. The new report will be delivered at the end of this year. And this report has been crucial to identify changes in the status of the stocks, to identify strategic actions, to know better what are the main ports, what are the main fleets, how are the impact of these fleets in the socioeconomic parameters of the fishery, etc. I'm going to go a little bit quick here. I already mentioned the publication of this State of Mediterranean and Black Sea Fisheries. We also have a very large number of technical publications delivered yearly, and these address things as bycatch that we do with other partners that are here as well, RACSPA and others. and we do a number of other communication events, including updating regularly the web page. Engage, we do have a lot of memorandum of understandings with different organizations, and I said it already at the beginning of my talk, I do believe that the partnership, the partnering that is happening at the level of the Mediterranean is very impressive. I do believe that there are many different organizations with different objectives that are managing to find common grounds and work together towards a particular objective, and this is being presented in many forums as example of collaboration. Finally, for monitor, again, there is a need, and I think the need is justified, and I think Ernesto is going to talk about this quite a lot. There is a need to see whether all of these efforts are really paying in terms of improvements in the situation of the stocks, in terms of improvement on the situation of the sector. And this is something that we didn't do in the past, and we are starting to do it now. We are starting to regularly try to see and try to assess whether the GFCM is really delivering on its objectives. And with that, I'm going to finish. I didn't want to enter into the specific actions inside of the strategy because there is a very long document. The 2030 strategy that was mentioned this morning by Isabel as well covers all of the priorities that I spoke before. There is a dedicated action plan that goes with the strategy and that marks what are both the targets and the practical activities that the GFCM wants to implement from here to 2030 to make sure that we deliver towards these objectives inside the strategy. Just to say that this strategy is very open to the collaboration with other partners, and in fact, I believe the strategy is being mentioned by many of our partners in their process of doing their own activities and searching for their own funds. And this is very positive because it means that it is recognized as an integrated strategy that addresses many of the challenges that we have in relation to fisheries, aquaculture, but also in general with the interaction between these two sectors and the environment in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe we can have a couple of quick specified questions, but I'll try to have a few minutes at the end to ask questions after both presentations are completed. But if there's any short question to address now, okay, we'll save them all for the end. So the next presentation is on the European framework on Mediterranean fisheries. And I'll have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Quiero agradecer.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank everyone for the invitation because a few years before my retirement, I still have time to choose where I can come. So I am very thankful.
My speech will be somehow complementary with that of Miguel in the sense that he's been talking about the future in particular, and with a kind of multilateral perspective. Mine will be more European-centered, and I will look a little bit into the past because it is my view that to understand what happens today in the Mediterranean with fisheries management, you need to just look into the past because much of what happens today, it has a historical explanation in what I would consider historical deficit of fisheries management in this basin. And to start with history, to me there's nothing better than starting with a little bit of geography, because geography tells us lots of things. And I do it particularly in comparison with the Atlantic facade of the Mediterranean. And we see two basic differences there that explain a lot of what happens or a lot of what hasn't happened in the Mediterranean so far. The dark blue represents the continental shelf, and as you see, the continental shelf is very width, is huge in the Atlantic facade, and is very narrow in the Mediterranean, with perhaps the only exception of the northern Adriatic Sea, the Gulf of Lions, and the Tunisian coast, and so on. but it is huge in the Atlantic area, in the area where the common fisheries policy of the European Union was actually born. And a second element that is also very clearly shown in this graph is that if you look into the jurisdictional regime of the waters, what you see is that in the Atlantic facade, you see the orange line there, it is very easy and very simple to establish an EEZ, because then you can reach out to the 200 nautical miles without hitting anybody. In the Mediterranean, you just can't do this because it's just too small. And therefore, and if you add to that the fact that there is a certain number of, let's say, conflicts, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, then the task is not easy. The difference is then that in the Atlantic facade, as of 1977, there was huge fishing grounds being actually common and under EEZs that under the principle of free access were EU waters and common EU waters, large areas, both artisanal and industrial fisheries, all together as such in a well-defined setting, and that gave rise to the birth of the common fisheries policy. And nothing of this could happen in the Mediterranean. Very narrow continental shelf, fisheries predominantly coastal, and no commonly agreed jurisdictional regime, which incidentally today is still a little bit the case, because there has been a development, a rather disorderly development in the jurisdictional regime. I'm not even sure that this map here is fully updated, but the European Union actually tried twice, as far as I can remember, because I was part of it, to try to establish a common approach on the jurisdictional regime of Mediterranean waters. We tried twice, we failed twice. So in the absence of a commonly agreed, consistent and coherent jurisdictional regime for Mediterranean waters, then it has been a lot more difficult to establish anything in the way of a common policy. And I think this is part of the, let's say, retard in the development of Mediterranean fisheries. No need to go into the importance, but I'm presenting this just to underline one point. When people think about the Mediterranean, and I'm perhaps talking about the rest of Europe, they tend to think of Mediterranean as a place for tourism. They never think of it as a place for fisheries. It's like fisheries are an Atlantic affair, and in the Mediterranean there's nothing, just a few small vessels. Well, actually, this is just to show what you certainly know better than I do, which is that actually Mediterranean fisheries are extremely substantial, a lot more than many people in Europe actually think. And then this is a very sketchy summary of the development of the policies. As you see, in 1983, we have the Common Fisheries Policy with tax and quotas, technical measures. We had to wait until 1994 until the first technical measures were established for the Mediterranean, and it was just putting together national legislation. It didn't go any farther way than national legislation had gone. And then we have, well, new technical measures with closed areas and biodiversity protection. And then 2002, we started with the recovery plans and so on and so forth. And what happened in the Mediterranean? Actually, at EU level, the first thing was the first technical measures in 2006, in which we, for the first time, did what we had done long before in the Atlantic, technical measures and biodiversity protection. And in 2019, we had all stocks under multi-annual plans in the Atlantic. In the Mediterranean, we adopted the first ever a multi-annual plan for the Western Mediterranean. So that kind of comparison gives you a taste of how a different scheme of developing fisheries policy has taken place in the Union. A big part of it is also the question of scientific advice, and the comparison here is also very interesting. I'm bringing here just the ICES advice for North Sea cod, just to show you something, which is that we have a consistent historical set of data since the 1960s. So we have perfect data for the last 60 years. With that kind of scientific basis, you can do business. You can do fisheries management. In the Mediterranean, on the contrary, for many years we had almost nothing or very little in the way of scientific advice. I'm sorry that the graph on the right-hand side is a little bit hidden, but what I want to show is that actually the evolution in the number of fish stocks subject to a scientific assessment has been stable, growing slowly, but has started to pick up seriously in recent years. And I think this is I say, to basically to commend Miguel and all of his colleagues in GFCM for the excellent work that they are accomplishing in the last years. But I think this is another reason for the difference in approach, that in the Atlantic we have long-standing scientific advice with huge scientific data series. In the Mediterranean, we are now really starting to reach cruise speed in terms of providing for scientific advice. I think we have started much later, but I think that I'm sure that Miguel and other colleagues will ensure that the Mediterranean can catch up on that in the years to come. I think I'm bringing this just to give you a snapshot of how pessimistic the situation is in the Mediterranean, but of course this is not dynamic, and I think the idea is that if you take into account all the plan by GFCM and by the European Union itself, I think we can trust that this will improve substantially in the future. As you see here, and this is FAO data, the last Sofia report, we see just a snapshot of how the fisheries management is taking place around the world. And in many areas, you see, for example, in the northeast Pacific, as many as 82% of the fish stocks are sustainable, and a small fraction is. And then in the Mediterranean, we have one of the worst records in the world. So I think this is just to tell you how much we have to do, how difficult the challenge is. And I think this is not to say that this is a disaster. On the contrary, this is to say we have so much to catch up, so much work to do. It is so important that what you are trying to accomplish here, because we start from very far behind other areas in the world in terms of fisheries management. So we have a lot to catch up here. And then I think I'm happy to see that from the point of view of the European Commission, the management plan for the stocks of the Western Mediterranean, with a special emphasis on hake, is a fundamental instrument, because this has been, and I will show you in a minute, a graph for the Atlantic. The establishment of the long-term plans has been the key for the success of the common fisheries policy in recent decades in the Atlantic, because those long-term plans are the only way to find a reasonable way of conciliating the two opposing forces in fisheries management, which is they need to make sacrifices for biological reasons to recover biologically the stocks, and at the same time they need to take into account, they need to minimize or to mitigate the negative social and economic consequences of those efforts. And finding the right balance and finding the right timing and the right graduality of doing this conciliation is the key for the success of fisheries management. And there was also references to bottom trawling as the problem, but bottom trawling is the key of the success of this. So how much can we sacrifice in terms of achieving the objectives and ensure a better future? I think that's where. And I think this is one of my favorite graphs, because it has an extraordinary pedagogic value, if I may. First of all, is from what we are concerned here today, two lessons from this. First of all, you see the red dotted line is the fishing effort, so the total pressure exerted on the resources. As you see, from the 1980s, when the CFP was born, to the year 2000, actually the fishing effort continued to grow. So we had for 17 years a policy with tax and quotas, technical measures, structural policy, and we miserably failed to reduce the fishing capacity, and the abundance of resources, which is the solid blue line, continued to decline. So we had 17 years of big failure. And then finally we could reverse. The year 2000 was actually the tipping point, and since then we have been reducing fishing pressure, and a few years later, as of 2006, 2007, the abundance of the stock started to decline. So that's a big lesson. Fisheries management takes a lot of time, and from the moment in which you start reducing the fishing pressure, you need still a few years for the stocks to recover. So it needs a lot of patience, and it needs a lot of long-term vision, and it needs a lot of convincing to the fishing industry itself and to politicians as well, that the efforts may take a lot of time, may be very hard. You may still spend several years. Just imagine from 2000 to 2005, reducing fishing pressure, reducing the number of vessels, limiting fishing time, everyone unhappy about it, and still the biology wasn't giving us any results. So we have to be long-term thinking, we have to be patient, we have to insist, because fisheries management takes a whole lot of time. Then I think the social factor is absolutely essential in the Mediterranean, and I think I've been particularly interested in this graph, which shows that we have the image in Europe that there's a lot of small-scale fishing, lots of people, lots of small-scale fishermen in the Mediterranean basin in European countries. But we look at the southern rim of the ocean and the eastern part, and the amount of fishermen is just huge, is much bigger than in Europe. So we have a problem of, well, how much can we recover our resources in the Mediterranean when so many people, both north and especially south of the basin, depend on fisheries for their livelihood. I mean, the room for maneuver to find this conciliation between the biological needs and the need to mitigate socioeconomic efforts is extremely narrow and limited. And that means, among other things, that we need time and graduality to get there. We cannot try to rush it. It just won't work. It is impossible. And another reason why we just can't rush this is, for example, the economic analysis of performance of the fleets. And the Commission has been doing this for the last 10 to 15 years. It's very interesting. And one of the things that stands out of it is that the level of rent, for example, for the Mediterranean, particularly for the blue line, the small-scale fishery, is very, very low. So we have a whole sector. You know that the small-scale fisheries is the dominant sector in the Mediterranean basin, but the level of rent is very modest, is very low, and that means that the room for maneuver to reduce fishing activity so as to achieve the biological objectives is very narrow, is almost inexistent. So that sort of brings us to the question of, well, in some of the fisheries, some fisheries in the North Sea, in the Atlantic, you could actually reduce fishing pressure and still expect fishermen to make a living. In the Mediterranean, the room for maneuver is so narrow that it is extremely hard to find any room for maneuver at all to reduce fishing activity. So how do you do it? Then you kick out many fishermen, but then, as Miguel said, you go to any fishing port in the Mediterranean, and you had fishermen, local fishers. So you just kick out part of them? Good question. And then you go to local restaurants, and all you find is fried pangasius from Vietnam. I mean, I would kill myself if I ever see this. So I think that shows the huge difficulty of doing fisheries management in the Mediterranean. And then just a comment before. One of the good things that this plan did was that it changed the date to achieve the objective of MSY that was established for 2020, and I was in charge of that reform of the Common Fisheries Policy in 2013, and my personal view was at the time that establishing the objective of MSY for the Mediterranean fisheries exactly the same as in the Atlantic was a huge mistake. It was impossible. The Mediterranean was starting from far behind, and therefore it needed more time. And for these socioeconomic reasons that I just mentioned briefly, it's a lot more difficult. So there's no way we could achieve MSY in the Mediterranean by 2020. No way. So at least this plan that I showed on the Mediterranean already moved the objective to 2025, I think, or 26. So that's a step in the right direction. But I think that one of the main conclusions of the graphs that I've briefly shown is that the Mediterranean needs its own rhythm, needs to find its own balance between the biological needs and the socioeconomic elements. And therefore, to me, that translates into one thing. We need more time to reach the MSY levels. I mean, 2020 is obviously impossible already, it's in the past. But even 2025, to me, it is not reasonable. We need more time. In the Atlantic, as you show, we undertook to reach objectives in 1983, and we didn't start going in the right direction until 17 years later. So no lecturing from the Atlantic side to the Mediterranean. We needed time in the Atlantic, you need time in the Mediterranean as well. And I think that I might add on a strictly personal note that with the perspective of the reform of the common fisheries policy, I think this issue should be among many ones to raise for discussion. That's my personal. Then just a few of the challenges. I don't know how much time I have, probably not too much. We all know that the Mediterranean and climate change, it was already mentioned. This represents a huge challenge, particularly in the eastern Mediterranean, and I think that the Mediterranean is more affected than other areas by climate change. And one of the effects is that of invasive species. And I think that what we have this all around the world, but for example, in the North Sea, when I went to Brussels in the 80s, you couldn't see, for example, squid or red mullet in the North Sea. Now they are very abundant. So what happens is in the Atlantic, many species are moving northwards to keep up with the warming of marine waters. In the Mediterranean, you can't do this because the Mediterranean is closed, so species cannot migrate to the north, but it's open at the south by the Suez Canal, so it receives an influx of tropical species from the Red Sea. So the question is that it's getting so complicated that is a new challenge in terms of the species composition and the species being displaced by arriving species. This is particularly acute in the Eastern Mediterranean. So this adds to the difficulties that we have. Then we have another big challenge, which is the question of the biodiversity. I think if fisheries management is characterized by something of the last few decades that I've lived personally, is that fisheries management used to be about fish, about fisheries. Now fisheries management is about marine ecosystems. And the amount of decisions at the level of environmental policy that are affecting fisheries is on the rise all the time. So now some people responsible for environmental policy are taking more and more decisions that have a bearing on fisheries. So the decisions on fisheries are being taken away gradually from fisheries administrations, and they are moving towards environmental administrations. And one of them, very clearly so, is that of the so-called biodiversity 30 by 30. This will be adopted probably at multilateral level this year in the Convention on Biological Diversity, but even before that, the European Commission has proposed that it applies to the Union in its communication on the Biodiversity Action Plan in Europe, which sets out to establish 30% of marine protected areas in Europe. So which are the areas in the Mediterranean that are going to be protected? Are they going to take into account, for example, the prohibition to fish in waters deeper than 1,000 meters, which would be 70% of the Mediterranean basis? Or are we going to move towards the establishment of a much bigger network of closed areas? So what's going to happen? Because this is going to have a huge bearing on Mediterranean fisheries, and not only in terms of the biological status of stocks, but also primarily on the question of the opportunities and the socioeconomic elements. And just we have already an important number of protected areas already, but the question is, well, what's going to happen and what kind of conflict is this going to produce, this biodiversity 30 by 30? And I'm bringing here an example that I lived personally. I had to deal with it for a few years, and that's the question of the gangi. You know the gangi? This is a small-scale bottom trawl in France, in the area of Sète and so on, in the Mediterranean coast of France. And it was the kind of fishery that everyone wanted to protect because it's small-scale, artisanal, it fished varied fish for bouillabaisse. Fine, except that they tend to fish on seagrass beds, which were protected ecosystems. So there was a struggle that lasted for years, and it was resolved by basically the gangi being kicked out of this area. So it was a case in which the protection of biodiversity took over fisheries. And a whole, it was not huge, but it was a fleet of small-scale vessels were fundamentally kicked out because biodiversity protection took over. what's going to happen with the biodiversity 30 by 30? How is it going to implement it? What are the priorities? Huge challenge for the Mediterranean as well. So I think this is environmental policy that has a huge bearing on fisheries. So it's not fisheries ministers that will be deciding this, it's environmental ministers. And then fisheries has to ensure that the voice of fishers is actually heard in those fora. So huge challenge as well. Just a big word on aquaculture, and I think aquaculture has been picking up over the last few years thanks to fish aquaculture, and I think we all know the sea bass and sea bream, which was a big success in the Mediterranean. I have to finish. This calls for a huge challenge in terms of the maritime spatial planning. There is a basis in Europe for this, the directive on maritime spatial planning, but I think it is well known by everybody that aquaculture and tourism generally don't mix well. I even remember I used to have a director general in the Commission who was Greek and who had an enormous antipathy to aquaculture, because he said that all areas of the Greek islands where he used to sail with his small sailboat were now all occupied by floating pens with fish, and he hated that so much that he said, aquaculture, don't even talk to me about it, because he hated it so much. I think this is an anecdote, but it shows that actually the further development of fish farming in the Mediterranean, it will bring lots of conflict with the touristic sector, and thus the need for maritime spatial planning. And I think a lot has been done, but a lot more will have to be done in the years to come in this respect. And then I think that my last word is with a positive note, because I've been perhaps a little bit insisted, perhaps too much, on the negative aspects of it, how far behind the Mediterranean is lagging, and so on and so forth. But I think that I want to finish on a very positive note, and that positive note is bluefin tuna. I remember that when the first one I went to ICCAT represented the European Union, that was 1996, the bluefin tuna was in a big crisis, and that was the typical example that, for example, environmental NGOs and many other people mention as an example of how unsuccessful the common fisheries policy was. It was a shame for Europe. I mean, you cannot handle that in the Mediterranean. You are making a complete disaster out of bluefin tuna. It was a source of embarrassment for the European Union, the poor status of bluefin tuna. Today is one of the biggest success stories, and this is a Mediterranean success story. Not only the wild stock of bluefin tuna has recovered spectacularly thanks to a system that was put into place, in which I can say that from all my experience around the world on fisheries, the system of managing bluefin tuna had the most strict and most effective control system of catches in the world, in which catches were controlled by the day, even by the hour. And as soon as at an hour in the day the quota was reached, the fishery was closed in real time. I mean, I haven't seen that anywhere else in the world. And this was a huge success, so the wild stock has been recovered. Then we had the extraordinary development of the fattening in cages, big commercial success also. And then last but not least, the question of closing the entire life cycle of bluefin tuna by researchers of the Mediterranean, which actually opens up the future of bluefin tuna as a fully farmed species. And I think that is the kind of note that I would like to use to finalize. This is a big success story for the Mediterranean. It shows that in the Mediterranean things can work well, and I'm sure that if they are based on this example, things will work well, and the Mediterranean will turn with some reasonable amount of time into another success story for fisheries management. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We can have a few questions now for a few minutes. Still some precious minutes from the next session. Yes.
Is Fernando de la Gándara from Murcia Oceanographic Center. Spanish Institute of Oceanography, just to thank Ernesto, because my team is developing the complete life cycle of Atlantic bluefin tuna. I thank you very much in order to your positive point of view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Antes no me he presentado, soy María Ángeles Escayola.
I have not introduced myself earlier. I am María Ángeles Escayola. I am from the representation of Andalusian fisher women. And I would like to thank the last speaker, the time that he has asked for in order to apply the regulation, because we are all aware that we cannot meet such short deadlines, and that in 2030 we won't have any problem because there will be no fishermen. It won't be a profitable activity. And I would also like to thank him for mentioning that we are not the reasons for the Mediterranean status, but there is also the climate change factor. And in Andalusia, we are suffering climate change in a very cruel manner. And I would also like to mention about marine litter due to the impact of fisheries. And I would like to ask you two questions. One regarding the regulation on the Mediterranean and the multi-annual plan. The main goal is to obtain the minimum sustainable yield of the species. And I would like any of the speakers tell me what number of days do you understand that is the minimum for a vessel to obtain the minimum sustainable yield? Because with the application of this regulation, many vessels, many boats that have 120, 130 days of fishing per year, others have 108, others have 50, but on average is about 160 per year. So if we implement this measure, they have decreased 40% the rights to fish in the last 2 years. And we are also talked about the problem of the generational relief and the incorporation of women to the fishery sector. How can we solve these problems if there are less fishing rights and less opportunities? How do you tell a young person or a woman to work in the sector? And also in the last 2 years, we have seen how the fishing sector in Andalusia, which is the one I know, has diminished its fleet by 40%. And with this decrease of the fleet in Andalusia, and I can imagine that in the whole of Spain the percentage is similar, in third countries, non-EU countries that are not subject to any management plan, that they fish more than us, they have increased their fleet. Thank you very much.
Sí, claro, son...
Yes, of course.
Vamos a ver, son...
Yes, there are questions that do not have an easy answer, obviously. And this is why when I mentioned the lack of margin, in the Atlantic we have a lot of experience in reducing the amount of fishing time. We have been doing it since 2002 because some fleets had margin to reduce their number of days and still be profitable. But this is not the case in the Mediterranean. We have very little margin, very little room. So there can only be two types of solutions. One solution, and then we can have two alternatives, okay? So the solution is give more time. We cannot try to establish targets that are too ambitious in a short time, because if we do this, then we will have a loss in the sector. And obviously this cannot be taken on. But the other would be reduce the fishing effort. And of course it has to be reduced in the Mediterranean, we all know this, but we have two alternatives. We either reduce fishing time or we reduce number of units. And I would decrease units. And why? Because we have low yields, low income levels, and as you said, the youth, and both women, girls and guys do not want to go fishing. And I have been saying this for 30 years, and I have been said that I wasn't right, especially in my land in Galicia. But fisheries progresses and techniques progress too. Technical progress in fisheries has always been about 2-3% of the improvement of the fishing capacity. But after the years, the same boats can fish more. And for the sector to survive, we need to be less. And for comparative purposes, this is not an aspect restricted to the Mediterranean. When Spain entered the EU, Spain wanted to fish with big vessels, but now we have reduced that number of vessels, and they are more or less profitable, but they reduced from 300 to 75, and this is a huge reduction. But probably it's the only way in order to survive, for the sector to survive, and for the sector to be made of vessels where people get their livelihoods and we can attract the youth, we need to have less vessels and less boats. I think this is not very popular, but it is inevitable. And how can we achieve this? Do you force people to leave, or do you give incentives so that those who want leave? I think the second would be more adequate. I think that we cannot beat the bush around in the current situation if we want to guarantee the future for the sector, and not only for biological resources, but also for the fisheries sector and for our young people to go back to work. We need less boats to fish better in a more efficient manner and to be more profitable. And this means to reduce the fleet or units. Yes, thank you very much. I would like just to add a couple of positive notes. I agree very much with the general message from Ernesto. I think that things in the Mediterranean are lagging behind, but there are data that will be published at the end of the year in the new edition of the report on the fisheries in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, and the reduction of the portability. We have seen this peak that Ernesto mentioned in the Atlantic. It was in the year 2000, and this was in 2012 in the Mediterranean. And since 2012, the mortality is starting to be reduced, and it's being reduced year after year, and I think this is very positive. And Ernesto mentioned that we have to see the improvement in the biomass. We are in today, since 2012 would be 10 years, and we do not have the data yet, but we are starting to see it. For instance, hake stocks is starting to recover, and for instance, coastal stocks and populations with better management measures are starting to recover. And I think that we will share the successful example of the redfin tuna in several species, provided there are efficient management measures. And I think this is an FAO message. If fisheries is efficiently managed, it can be sustainable and profitable. Otherwise, we will see this crisis affecting both the fisher population, who suffer the lack of subsidies, catches and gears, and also the crisis in the status of the resources. So there is only one solution, and the solution is to have efficient plans for the fishery management for all the types of fisheries. And this is very important. And only incidentally, regarding non-European fleets, these fleets are regulated, and they are done, these regulations are done by the CFCM. And please do not leave with this feeling that I am applying certain rules and others are not applying any rules. No. In the Strait of Gibraltar, for instance, both Spain and Morocco have exactly the same rules. This does not happen everywhere, of course. It should happen everywhere, yes, and it's going to start to happen, because otherwise we will hear this complaint.
Are there any questions? Yes, please.
I am Remedios Russo, president of the Association of Ship Owners, Trawler Ship Owners, and of the Women's Association in the Valencia region. It is the first time I come to a session like this, and especially the presentation by Mr. Ernesto, who has given some light. We can see that there is someone who has the thoughts of the fishing sector. I don't know if those who are present here have walked through the towns and seen the desolation of fishing populations, the youth who are 30, 20 years old, and they have mortgaged their wealth and they want to leave. We are bored. We are facing the cliff. And now in December, the Commission is going to decide whether we have another cut. And we cannot endure any more cuts. There are no companies that can endure this working 100 days per year. And if we are still more facing more reductions, then we will fail completely in the sector. We think that what the administration is doing is letting us fall by ourselves. Because if you are debt, social security, the tax treasury, and we want to get not even money for scraps from the vessels, and there are no subsidies because people have debts. So we are falling, and we cannot endure this anymore. And what you mentioned about tuna, that it has been regenerated, yeah, okay, it's great for the bluefin tuna, but what about the octopus? The octopus is alive. If it's less than 1 kilo, you have to return it to the sea. And as we throw it to the sea, the tuna eats it. And the same with sardines and anchovies. Tuna is eating everything. So if we only get one thing and the other thing is eaten, and then those who are harmed is us. Us, the fishing population, we seem to be the cause of all evils. And the Mediterranean has reached this status not only due to the fishing population. There are many circumstances, and it's us who have to do the sacrifice, the fishing population. Thank you very much for your presentation. We need patience. We cannot endure any more cuts or any more measures because we are up to the brim. Now we need 3 meter cups for vessels, and where are we going to put this? And now with what we have, with fuel oil, with the fish declining prices, and we do not know how much this costs because raw materials are on the stock market. So it depends on the day. And then we also have to pay the people who manufacture nets. And then in November, we will have an update of the DA with the computers. If you do not have enough room for in the computer for that program, we need to buy more computers. And where do we get all that money? We only get 20 cents for the fuel oil, and the fuel oil is still increasing the prices. So we cannot have any more expenses, any more measures. We cannot have anything. And there's young people that will not come to this sector. I am a mother, and I tell my children, don't come to near the port. Those who are there, we want to leave. We want to escape running. Thank you very much.
You need to respond in any way.
And I wanted to say something else as well. Just one thing. Sorry. We are adapting. We are the main people in the sector to adapt to everything, but we also need our system to be modernized, and most of the ports, except for some that have been updated, we have an old system. We bring the fish, we think we're going to catch something, we go to the to sell it, and we get half of what we expected, and we can't do any numbers. And we need to train representatives in the sector, because a marine cannot be a lawyer, trader. We need prepared people in the ports, or know that the people need to have to do everything. That is not possible. We need trained people to guide us. Thank you.
Pues no sé, en fin, no es que me haya formulado una pregunta concreta, pero efectivamente
It's not a specific question, of course, but all my sympathy to you. I'm sure that I'm partly responsible for that, because the common fishery policy in Brussels, they always tended to, well, there were two trends. One where I took part, and another one against which I fought. Now that I'm retired, I can speak politically incorrect. There's a trend to make things complicated. We have a complex, very complex policy. Sometimes we've turned the fishing sector crazy, and because there's a lack of trust in the European fishing policy, there is no trust. The trust between one sector and the other administration towards fishermen, the scientists and politicians, the trust between member states that have bad relationships. So in the light of this lack of trust, the only possibility is to have such strict rules that nobody can infringe them. So one of the great challenges we have, and just for you, but to also Isabel as representative from Spain, for the future, it's very important to be able to take to Brussels the message that we need a simpler policy with less requirements for the fishermen. We cannot ask a fisherman to be a lawyer. When I realize on the complexity of regulations, I think how fishermen in their boat, we have to take all this in mind. If I have to do this, I would not be able to know everything. So there is an important challenge that we need to simplify the policies and to trust the fishermen and to give more general rules and to leave the fishermen to do their business. So it's a change of culture that we need. And another thing I fought against, even now that I'm retired, is that, with due respect to NGOs, environmental conservation cannot be over sustainable fishing. Fishing activity I've been fighting with them because they proposed that the whole ocean is a national park. That's the proposal. Well, the Millennium Development Goals, the first one is to end hunger and famine. And how do we do that? Well, by, among other things, by fishing, to turn the oceans in Europe and in the world in natural parks for the enjoyments of urban environmentalists. Well, I'm against that. So we have to defend sustainable fishery as an essential activity to cover our food needs, to promote employment, to end poverty. So we need to fight for this. And environmental NGOs financed by dark interests cannot end up determining in the Atlantic. It does not affect you, but it will get there. The Commission has stopped 87 areas, but because the environmentalists won't ask for this, and there are 500 boats that are affected by this. So we're going crazy with this. We're totally going crazy. I don't have to represent the Commission anymore. I represent myself. We cannot do the crazy things that NGOs propose.
If this is 1 minute, it's literally 1 minute question. Otherwise, you can talk at the break.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I was only triggered by what our colleague here mentioned. So as I'm coming from Lebanon, it's very important to see how fishermen and fishers community, they have the same problems, are facing the same challenges. So as long as the science, or I would say not science, once a concern is raised, it goes into research does his work, it goes to management organization, then directly to laws and to management plans. So this is a good synergical relation between all these, but at the end, once it comes to implementation, this type of synergy should be curved in a way so that even the implementation should be studied well, so that we know also the obstacles and challenges of implementing the law of the same challenge that was raised and studied over and over again. So this is just to share this interest of integrating this circular synergy between institutions, researchers, and management organization, and also governments. So thank you for giving me the floor again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the viewpoint. I would like to thank the two presenters, Miguel and Ernesto. And can move straight to the next session. Zia, did you want to present the two presentations on the...
Allez-y, allez-y comme vous voulez. Vous chantez. So, hello, I'm Ziad Ahmed from Siam, Montpellier. So today I will moderate this second session called Challenges for Coastal Zones in the Mediterranean and Higher Education. And we have two speakers today, a couple of presentations. I will introduce in the beginning Mr. Khalil Atiyah. He's the director now of the UNEP MAPS PARAC, the Regional Center for Marine Biodiversity and Protected Areas under Barcelona Convention for the Protection of the Mediterranean Sea and its coastal areas. He will present to us the challenges for sustainable management of coastal zones and marine protected areas in the Mediterranean. And after that, we have Mr. Alvaro Albacete Perea. He is the Deputy Secretary General in charge of Higher Education and Research in the UFM here in Barcelona. So to begin, I give the floor to Mr. Khalil Atiyah to make his presentation.
Thank you very much. I would like first to congratulate CIHEAM for its 60th anniversary and congratulate all the centers and all the teams for the useful and pertinent work to contribute to develop in a sustainable way our Mare Nostrum Mediterranean. sea. I would like also to thank Professor Raul Campes for this kind invitation and for letting me, giving me the opportunity to contribute to this nice event. So my presentation is about sustainable development of coastal areas and fisheries. It's about challenges for sustainable management of coastal zones and marine protected areas in the Mediterranean as a contribution to the works of today. So I will start to with giving you a very brief idea about what is UNEP map and Barcelona Convention system and the SPABID, the Specially Protected Areas and Biodiversity Protocol under the Convention. The Mediterranean Action Plan, established in 1975, as the institutional framework for cooperation in addressing common challenges for the Mediterranean marine environment. And then came the convention called Barcelona Convention. It was adopted in Barcelona in 1976 and amended after the Rio Summit in 1995. And under the convention, there are 7 protocols, specific protocols on specific topics, among which the Specially Protected Areas and Biodiversity Protocol that SPARAC, the center that I lead, is working as a secretariat with the Barcelona Convention contracting parties. So this is a very brief idea about our system. So we have the coordinating unit under UNEP based in Athens with 6 centers, activity centers, who work on the technical thematic issues, among which, as I said, the Specially Protected Areas Regional Activity Center, SPARAC, which is based in Tunisia, and it is the only center that is based in the south part of the Mediterranean. Remember that. So the protocol concerning specially protected areas and biological diversity in the Mediterranean, commonly known as SPABID protocol, it was adopted in June 95, entered into force in December 99. It aims mainly at first protecting areas of particular natural and cultural value by the establishment and management of specially protected areas, and also by establishing of specially protected areas of Mediterranean importance called SPAMIs as a particular label for the excellency among other protected areas. And there is the Annex 1 that defines and sets the common criteria for the choice of protected marine and coastal areas that could be included in the SPAMI list. And also, it aims at the protection and conservation of threatened and endangered species and their habitats through the 2 annexes, Annex 2 and 3. The Annex 2 sets the list of endangered and threatened species, and the Annex 3 sets the list of species whose exploitation is regulated. And the overarching strategy that helps to implement the protocol is the Strategic Action Program for Conservation of Biological Diversity and Sustainable Use and Management of Marine Resources, commonly called as acronym as SABAYU. It was adopted for the first time in 2003 and updated lately in 2021 as the post-2020 SABAYU. This is an idea about the activities that we develop in order to implement the protocol, and I won't go into details just to save time. We have more important things to see together. So this is the Mediterranean So I will start to give you an idea about the status of the biodiversity in the Mediterranean and the threats under which it lies. So indeed, the Mediterranean is a biodiversity hotspot, even though it is only 0.3% of the total volume of oceans and seas. The Mediterranean hosts up to 18% of the marine species known in the world. However, this rich biodiversity is under serious threat. More than 12% of the marine and coastal species are in danger of extinction. 41% decrease of marine predators, including mammals. The emblematic Posidonia oceanica has experienced a 30% decline over the period of 50 years, and its functional extension is likely by 2100 if, of course, no action is taken. And more than 1,000 non-indigenous species have been observed in the Med, among which 10% are invasive. 78% of the assessed fish stock are overexploited. Of course, this number is of the last published report. It's not 22. And 48% of the wetland habitats have disappeared since 1970. And the loss of biodiversity means loss of services rendered by ecosystems, like protection against erosion of coast, water purification in the sea, flood and drought mitigation, food supply, carbon storage, cultural and recreational services, and more than that. The Mediterranean, as said already, is a semi-enclosed sea under pressure, actually, because of certain numbers that can indicate that. 1/3 of the global maritime traffic is held by the Mediterranean. It's the first world tourist destination. A booming exploitation of hydrocarbons at sea, overexploited resources and unsustainable fishing. We talked about it already. Land-based pollution, including plastic. Drastic impacts linked to climate change. Over, as I said already, non-native marine species, over 1,100, including at least 10% of them invasive. The Mediterranean basin vulnerable and has vulnerable resources under pressure. Indeed, 7% of the world population it holds 7% of the world population, but holds 30% of the global tourism. It's the first world tourist destination. 70% of the Mediterranean population live in urban areas, and 1/3 of the Mediterranean population live on the coast, in the coastal zones. The Mediterranean remains one of the world's busiest shipping lanes and hosts 17% of the world's oil tanker capacity. Climate change. Climate change is among the most threatening issues for the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is a big hotspot in terms of climate change, where vulnerabilities already seen are exacerbated. Indeed, we have already noticed 1.5 degree increase in air temperature and already 0.4 degree increase in the seawater temperature. And we can emphasize the fact that the Mediterranean is warming 20% faster than the other part of the world. So Another problem is the acidification of the seawater, and it's a tendency now that can go faster. Decrease of total rainfall and increase of heavy rainfall events. Sea level rise between 0.43 and 2.5 meters by 2100. This is depending on the scenarios and projections we consider. Increasing risk for the 20 million people living below 5 meters of current sea level. And, of course, increase of fire risk through a longer fire season, increasing heat waves and drought. Pollution is also a big threat for the Mediterranean Sea. Air pollution, 2/3 of the Mediterranean countries exceed the WHO recommended threshold for air pollution from particulate matter and ozone. And in terms of sea pollution, water pollution, 50% of marine litter on the seabed is plastic. The concentration of microplastics reaches more than 64 million floating particles per square kilometers. The Mediterranean is indeed one of the worst of the world's most affected region per pollution. So this is the situation. Many of you, or most of you, know it. Another idea about MPAs in the Mediterranean, even though the picture has been shown already, we have assessed so far 8.33% of Mediterranean waters under protection status, and through 1,087 officially designated marine protected areas. But what does this represent? We are not bad in terms of Aichi Target 11 for 2020. And we have a lot to do to meet the goals of 2030, globally and regionally. But we just look at the right-hand side numbers. We only have 0.04% of no-go, no-take, no-fishing areas. This is very far from the average of the whole world, which is around 2%. And the most serious issue is that 97% of these protected areas are in EU member countries' waters. So it means in the northwest, if you look at the map, in the northwest of the Mediterranean. And these MPAs are mainly coastal, in shallow water. In terms of management, 18% only of MPAs have management plans, and only 10% are fully implemented and up to date. Of course, in terms of species, endangered species and key habitats management and protection, we have developed 5 action plans and 1 strategy for conservation of species and 3 action plans for the conservation of habitats and 1 action plan on species introduction and invasive species. I just would like to introduce the actions that we have prepared and with all the contracting parties and regional and national stakeholders. These are the post-2020 sub-bio, which has been already adopted, and the post-2020 strategy for marine and coastal protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures. So, post-2020 sub-bio. the post-2020 Sub-Bio has the vision saying that by 2050, marine and coastal biodiversity is valued, conserved, restored, and wisely used, maintaining ecosystem services, sustaining a healthy Mediterranean Sea at coast, and delivering benefits essential for all people. And it has, under this vision, three main goals. And it's perfectly in line with the global biodiversity framework. Goal 1 is to reduce the threats to biodiversity. 2, to ensure that biodiversity is preserved and maintained or enhanced in order to meet people's need. 3, enable the necessary transformative change. And this is what is needed, a transformative change against business as usual. Putting in place tools and solutions for implementation and mainstreaming. So under each goal, we have action pillars, and I won't go into detail in them to save time, in order to implement the goals. So for each goal, 3 goals, we have aligned a certain number of pillars and their activity trends. And under these pillars, we have a total of 42 actions to implement the post-2020 Sub-Bio. And the goal, of course, the goals are set to 2030, aligning with the time frames of the CBD post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework to 2030. For each action, we consider what startup or preparatory activity is needed, what issue has to be addressed, and how it should be achieved. So what we have to retain from this slide is that this strategy is a Mediterranean strategy. It's a regional strategy. It's not only Barcelona Convention or its contracting party, because it has been prepared through a very bottom-up and collaborative manner, and it will be addressed and implemented through the partnership of all the relevant actors in the region. So this is the timeline and process of the implementation. So we are working on the elaboration of a fundraising strategy for the post-2020 Sub-Bio, including also the post-2020 strategy for MCPAs and OECMs for the period of 2022-2030 and beyond. It will be ready by 2023 through the identification of project and financial needs based on the post-2020 Sub-Bio 42 action that we have just seen. The identification of potential donors and financial sources, preparation of project portfolios, consultation with the contracting parties and partner organization, and then the organization of a donor and decision makers conference in March 2023. And we go forward to the implementation of this strategy at regional, sub-regional, and national level. And we give assistance to the contracting parties to elaborate national strategies and implement the related national action plans and activities. Just a parallel thought with fisheries. We have a shared vision between the Mediterranean fishery sector and marine biodiversity conservation. Indeed, tackling the real problem and to field. A little idea about the strategy for marine protected areas. It was adopted also last December in the COP22 in Antalya with two main targets. The first is that by 2030, at least 30% of the Mediterranean Sea is protected and conserved through well-connected, ecologically representative and effective systems of marine and coastal protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures, OECMs, ensuring adequate geographical balance with the focus on areas particularly important for biodiversity. And the second target is that by 2030, the number and coverage of marine protected areas with enhanced protection levels is increased, contributing to the recovery of marine ecosystems. So this strategy has, as you see, 5 pillars, which are governance, marine protected areas coverage, other effective area-based conservation measures, marine protected areas management effectiveness and governance, and stakeholder action and support. So just to give you an idea about the structure of this, you have the two main targets on the right-hand side, and you have 5 pillars to which correspond 5 outcomes. And then you have the outputs, a set of output for each outcome. So as I said, 5 strategic pillars correspond to 5 strategic outcomes, and 20 outputs are supported by 126 proposed actions to be implemented by the contracting parties and regional and international organizations. An evaluation and monitoring framework is under work now, being prepared for the post-2020 regional strategy with the technical support of an ad hoc group of experts for marine protected areas in the Mediterranean. This is it. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope I didn't go over beyond the time devoted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Attia. So now we have the second presentation, the challenges and the objective of the UFM in higher education and research. So I give the floor to Mr. Albacete to the presentation. Thank you.
No puedo renunciar al derecho a hablar.
I cannot waive my right to speak in Spanish because usually I don't have the opportunity, and in this occasion I am going to take the opportunity because I was offered to address you in Spanish in my mother tongue, so I will take this opportunity. I would like to start saying that my intervention here is due to a commitment between Siam and the Union for the Mediterranean, and this commitment is not a temporary thing, it's strategic, and it sets a line of action that will go over the years in 2 fields. The information exchange due to the areas that are common for us, like water, the use of water resources, and blue economy, that is the economy around the Mediterranean Sea, with a circular economy that is respectful with the environment, and also apart from sharing information and research. With these commitments of joint actions, we have the training and skills courses in which the Union for the Mediterranean has a focus on the qualification for the access to financing sources so that people can have access to financing on the projects. And in the Cairo there was some course with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development that qualifies the students of the course to obtain financing through these public funds. And also we try to engage the private bank sector. It is not always possible, but when we are able to, they also engage in these training courses. At present, we have an initiative being implemented that started 2 years ago with the pandemic, and we could not finish it because of the pandemic. But now we are at a decisive moment for the creation of a fund with multi-donors for a blue economy in the Mediterranean area, and with several EU countries as donors. And this has great significance. There are 3 receptors from the south and east shores of the Mediterranean, and with COPs 27 and Sharm el-Sheikh, with the Mediterranean will announce these funds. And well, today with the announcement, of course, very cautiously, because this cannot be done in a formal manner, but I would like to share with you that the Union for the Mediterranean has this commitment to try to facilitate the qualification that is necessary to access financing and funds from the point of view of everything that we do. And today I have been asked to talk very briefly on higher education regarding the topics that we have heard today. I am not an expert on these topics. I am a diplomat part of personnel, and I cannot, of course, deal with the technical questions that we have seen today by other speakers. So I am going to give you just the point of view of higher education. And for this, I will going to start with something that Siam Zaragoza director Raúl Compés mentioned this morning regarding the Master on the Management of Fisheries that is done by Siam and the University of Alicante. And I am sure that all of you will think that it would be a good idea for this master to be known somewhere else in the Mediterranean. Of course, there are other masters in the Mediterranean, but of course we can favor mobility between students, also between teachers, between researchers, and those who participate in the institutions that are promoting the master's course. And Siam can have the network to foster this and enhance it. But we also need the agreement from the political instances and authorities to make this happen. And this is where the European Union for the Mediterranean is working for several years on student mobility, on teachers obtaining the necessary recognition to their qualifications for those who come from the north of the Mediterranean, but also from the south and southeast of the Mediterranean, to have different degrees acknowledged between different states, different countries. This is complex, but we tried to approach it a few years ago to extend it beyond the European Union, where it would be similar to the Erasmus program. There is an agreement to internationalize the Erasmus program beyond the European Union, in this case in the south and east of the Mediterranean, but we have not found yet the appropriate time to implement this political decision that has already been taken due to the need to recognize degrees, qualifications, mobility of students, mobility of teachers, etc. And this is what we are working on. The last time that all of the politicians that are in charge of higher education in the European Union and also in the southeastern Mediterranean shore countries, they met in the year 2007. This is 15 years ago. This is too long. And they did it in order to establish a certain action plans. But in those years, we have had many things happening. And of course, all the action plans are a bit obsolete. Climate change is no longer a threat, is now a reality that we are living through, and we can see it, especially last summer. And probably each of us in our own homes We saw it, and we know that as a society we are much more vulnerable now to climate change, and we know that the production models that we have and the consumption models that we have are not sustainable, and they affect marine, of course, the marine environment, and we need to adjust the priorities of education. They were adjusted 15 years ago, but now we need to adjust them again in the face of this new reality that we'll have to live in the next coming tens of years, if not well beyond that. And we also know that the solution cannot come from the University of Alicante or Siam, even if they work together and they stretch beyond their possibilities. So the political ambition of the Union for the Mediterranean is to make these new political commitments after 15 years. We need to adopt new commitments dealing with these aspects regarding production models, consumption models, but also the conditioning, the environmental conditions, and the Paris Agreement, which sets the action framework for all the political decisions in this respect, and of course also for the employability. I am going very fast because I know we are running out of time. I had reduced it already and I have reduced it even more. And regarding employability, between the industry, the companies, the fishing industry in our case, and the reality of secondary education, there has to be a bridge that can be crossed both ways on a daily basis and not crossed sporadically or extraordinarily. And this dialogue between companies and the industry and the university in higher education, for instance, is one of the aspects on which we political agreements need to focus. And I said the ministers of affairs regarding universities are going to meet in the next year together with the European Commission in the second semester of the year, coinciding with the presidency of Spain over the European Council. And the Union for the Mediterranean has high expectations for this meeting because it will enable the exchanges and the flow between students, teachers, and researchers is a reality beyond what happens at the borders of the 27 member states of the European Union, so that it can reach the countries in the southeast shores of the Mediterranean. This will happen in 2023. And it will take into account these aspects that I mentioned, of course, also digital transformation, inclusive access to university studies, not only in terms of gender, but also in terms of social issues for those who cannot have an access to university due to their lack of financial resources, but also in terms of environment and green economy and blue economy in the Mediterranean area. Precisely yesterday, in a meeting in Amman, the 42 member states, the 27 EU member states, agreed on this. What I'm announcing here, it has been already agreed upon. There will be a meeting by the ministers of higher education to approach these topics in the second semester of 2023. There will be a consultation process. You will be invited to make your contributions, give your feedback on those issues that you want to put forward to the politicians so that they approach all these topics. To approach education from this point of view that you think is necessary, and so that this bridge is crossed between the university and the needs from the industry or from the needs of the companies. And in this process, we will call you, and of course, we will invite Casa de Mediterráneo and its director we have repeated our will to cooperate, so some of the preparatory meetings will take place here in this advisory process, and we will be delighted to hear your opinions. I know I have left many things behind, but I don't want to run out of time. I was asked to be brief, and at least I hope I was brief. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Albacete. So now we have 5 minutes to take your question and to ask our speakers. So please, any question? Okay. So if there is no question, we can start now or no? Okay, Yasmin, okay. Okay, we finished this session? Okay. So it's okay, thank you very much, Mr. Atiyah, Mr. Albacete, for your intervention. And we take now the second session, the third session with Yasmin. Thank you.
Hello everybody. I'm Yasmin Seguirat El Garab, and I'm administrator in the headquarters in Paris of the Siam. And I'm mainly in charge of 2 corporate working groups. The first one is related to gender equality and women empowerment, and the other one is related to youth socioeconomic inclusion. So very briefly, because I know we are running out of time, I will very quickly present you the workshop on women and the fisheries in aquaculture that will take place this afternoon here at 3:30 in the same place. So in 2 words, really in all areas, education, employment, governance, gender inequalities are a factor of injustice, and they hinder social and economic development in the region, in our region. Many women cannot reach their full potential because social norms, stereotypes, or limitations still persist. Some women also cannot develop all their professional potential because they live in areas where services, infrastructures are less well developed than in the cities, for example. So access to training, childhood care and public services, access to work and to financing are more often, it's more difficult to have access to this in some rural areas. So women who are pillars of the food security, and they constitute an important part of the productive forces throughout the agri-food value chain, even if they are this pillar, nevertheless, they suffer from a certain invisibility, a certain non-recognition, due to the work, to the nature of their work, and to their working conditions. In the Mediterranean fisheries and aquaculture sector, women in formal employment represent a small proportion of the workforce. They are involved in pre-harvesting, harvesting, post-harvesting, but they remain mainly invisible. They represent also a very small percentage of employment on board vessels in the Mediterranean. They carry out many activities within the family business, such as sale of fish, of shellfish, the preparation of nets and lines, the cleaning of fish, of ships and fish. But this contribution often remains invisible. Because rarely they benefit from social status, and they are rarely receiving financial compensation for it. So finally, women also are, in terms of owning, and they own and control fewer income-generating assets, for example, lands, ponds, fish, technologies also, and they face more constraints than men in decision-making, in accessing information, accessing finance, technical services, but also innovations and access to the markets. So over the years, the Siam has been really committed to achieving the SDGs, including the promotion of gender equality and women's empowerment. So both internally in our activities, internal activities, because today we have Siam equality plans, but also in our external activities, meaning contributing much more in empowering women in the agri-food system and rural areas. So the Siam really aims at harnessing women's skills, first of all, and knowledge, in order to enable them to participate effectively and with a greater visibility in all the aspects of the development of their territories, including the fisheries, of course, and aquaculture sector. Our workshop this afternoon arrives at the right time because tomorrow we are celebrating the Rural Women Day. And this workshop will really try to bring together actors in the fisheries, aquaculture sector, networks of women, as well as international organizations to discuss issues related to women's empowerment in the sector. So during this afternoon, we will have the pleasure to exchange with Mr. Katia Frangoudes. She's senior researcher at UBO, which is the Université de Bretagne Occidentale, and she's also facilitator for ACTEA. It's the European network of fisherwomen's organization in Europe. We will also hear Mrs. Constance Verlehac, small-scale fisheries specialist in FAO GFCM, and we will hear Mrs. Anna Dorangrecia. She's project manager on gender equality and social and civil affairs at UFM. After this first round of discussion with these three experts, we will have another round. This discussion will allow us to understand better and to highlight the situation of women in the sector, but also to understand what are the levers that we can invest on, what are the actors that should be mobilized for the empowerment of Mediterranean women. After this first discussion, we will have a presentation of an important, very interesting project, which is called Nemo Kantara Project, and Mr. Stefano Carbonara and Mrs. Jawhara Shahbani will present it. So the Nemo Kantara Project is a Siam Bari project, and it's a project contributing to women's entrepreneurship in fisheries in Gabes and in Mednin, the governorate in Tunisia. Then, after this presentation of case study, we will have the pleasure also to understand better how a women's network in fishery organize ourselves, what are their expectations, what are their challenges. So we will have two networks. We will have the first network, the African Women Fish Processor and Traders Network, will be presented by Mrs. Jawhara Shahbani again. And the second network, which is called the Asociación Nacional de Mujeres de la Pesca, will be presented by Mrs. Rita Miguez de la Iglesia. So the objective of this presentation and discussion with these national networks will try to get, first of all, an overview about the situation, share good practices, because it's very important, the experiences of women, identify key challenges, like the one we discussed during the moment of question and answers, and also to identify what drivers exist for more sustainable and inclusive fisheries and coastal development. Finally, we'll try to discuss the solutions in terms of policy making, in terms of capacity building, but also in terms of research action. At the end, we will see how the presentation will go, and we'll try to explore the opportunity to establish a Mediterranean network of women in fisheries with where all our complementarities could really create an added value for these women in the Mediterranean. And so we really invite you warmly to participate this afternoon in this same place. And we believe that the formula he for she is very, very interesting. So most men are really most welcome to participate to this event also. Thank you.
So I will be very brief because because it's time for the closing remarks. So this afternoon in Santa Pola, we have organized a very practical working session with the aim at sharing the Port Museum model and understanding the feasibility to launch this Mediterranean network. So the Port Museum is the best practice for the local development of small-scale fishery communities born in Tricase in 2007 that we are currently promoting in the Mediterranean basin. So the Port Museum is not a physical place, is maybe the unique concrete example of widespread musealization of the port, its sea, its coastal territory and people, their tradition and lifestyle. The Port Museum aims at enhancing the huge and valuable cultural heritage of the small-scale fishery coastal communities as a lever for increasing the resilience of the community. So now let me show the short video that can say exactly the activity that have been realized in the Port Museum of Tricase, some of the activities, because it's an old video that we should update in there is also the okay, no problem. You can show without audio. Yeah. I can sing if you want. Just to anyway, is in a community-based project in which all stakeholders are involved in rediscovering and safeguarding the cultural heritage of the small-scale fisheries coastal communities. And it's an opportunity to diversify the economic activities of small-scale fisheries and also for reducing the pressures on the fish stocks. So this means that small-scale fisheries can cross with other sector, in particular tourism, that can be a source for new income of the people that live on thanks to the sea. So this is some image about our peripheral seat in Tricase, the Mare Outpost. This is a center for research, training, and best practices exchange about the coastal community development. These are some places that we are revamping in Tricase, in the little port of Tricase, that we use for involving the communities to organize meeting, and is also a shore market center for the local farmers. So that's all. Anyway, just to close, let me also to introduce Antonio Enrico, he's the president of Magna Grecia Marine Association, and Gianfranco Cataldi, my colleagues from Siam. They are the brain and the heart of the Port Museum in Tricase, and with them and the directors of the local museum of Tabarca and Santa Pola, and with other colleagues that we follow follow us in Santa Pola. I'm sure that we'll understand how to proceed for reaching the ambitious goal to create the network and transferring the Port Museum best practice in the Mediterranean area. Thank you very much.
And with this explanation from Massimo, we finish this session. We have lunch just next door on the main room. You can stay, all of those who want to participate on the workshop on women and fisheries. And at 3:13, those who are from the group of Tricars can go to the museum in Santa Pola. Thank you very much.
So perhaps already Anna, Katia, and Constance, you here? We start. So welcome again. We have a 2-hour meeting with a lot of ambition and objectives. So we'll try to be as much as possible efficient in our presentation, very short. And really the main priority today is to give you the floor and to start a discussion on the different points. So short presentations, and then we open the discussion, and please really feel free to intervene at the end of this presentation. So very quickly, I just would like to tell you how we will organize these 2 hours. So we have a participant here in presence. We have also Jawhara Shahbani from which is connected online, and she will take the floor after. She's in Tunisia. We will have a first presentation of the situation of the women in the Mediterranean region. Each of the speakers here are expert in their domain. They cover a specific region, and they will so give us very complementary inputs. So and the objective. So as I said before, we try to have an overview of the situation in the Mediterranean region. We, as much as possible, try to share best practices and solutions, because the idea is not to always have anxiogène, a diagnostic with no solution and complicated with a complicated situation. So share good practices, experiences, and then we try as much as possible to the challenges that we highlight, to the problems that we put on the table, to identify possible solutions for these points, and then we will see how the discussion will be developed. And the idea is really to see each of we all here represent networks, organizations, how we can work together in a Mediterranean network, and not to be only an addition of organization, but to see in what way each of us can have an added value, and we can have a synergy to have a better and more impact for these women in the Mediterranean region. So I give the floor I start with Katia, with you. So Katia Frangoudez, she's a senior researcher in UBO, and she's also facilitator for Actea. So you will tell us what is Actea, first of all, And what you've noticed at the European level, and so we give you the floor. You want, if you want to remain seated, or you can. Okay.
Hello. I know some of you. I don't know all of you, but 20 years ago in Europe, when we were asking, do there are women in fisheries? People was answer no, because nobody was seeing the women, nobody was aware about women in fisheries. Today, this morning, we heard a lot about women role in fisheries, and is not the only place that we hear about it. So, ACTIA is a European network of women in fisheries and aquaculture. You see, I forgot to add aquaculture again, because in English it's cover both. I have to do fast. So for 20 years, for 15 years we had to tell to all decision makers what women are doing, but we still tell them and remember them that women are in all the process of fisheries, in pre-harvesting, in harvesting, in post-harvesting. So we have women almost in all the steps in fisheries. I mean, we have a very good example here in Spain with women doing nets. It's in Galicia. Women are preparing the nets everywhere. I think you spoke this morning, Yasmin, about bait long lines, do lines, and so on. So all these activities usually are done at home, except in the case of Galicia, where the women, they now benefit of official recognition, but in other places they are home, so nobody see it. I mean, the general society no see them, but in the village, in the communities, everybody knows what women are doing. If we didn't know, it's because we didn't want to know. That's why we never saw them. And even me, who is working on fisheries, and before, I mean, for many years, when they asked me, I told them, I don't know, I never saw, yes, I saw them, but anyway, I don't know exactly what women are doing. So they are in the harvesting. I mean, on fishing boats, we have some women on fishing boats. We have in shellfish harvesting. We have one example here. We have in seaweed harvesting. In Bretagne, we have a lot of seaweed harvesters are women. In farming, in shellfish, especially in Mediterranean, but also in the Atlantic coast, shellfish farming are a lot of women, and so on. Post-harvesting is the women, they always, at least in some of the countries, not everywhere, because the legislation doesn't allow the indirect commercialization of product, but in place where it's possible, the women are harvesting, they are selling fish or shellfish at markets and so on. In France it's possible. In Spain it seems not to be possible. They are working in auction. It's in the Spanish, they put this activity even in the EMFF, the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund. In fish packaging, in aquaculture, in Greece, for example, in the aquaculture units, a lot of seasonal workers in packaging are women. They make orders, tourism, they create a lot of touristic activities recently to show their heritage. For example, in France, shellfish farmers organize visit of the farm and show how they grow the shells. In Greece also they do exactly the same, and usually these activities are women, and in the European fisheries language, we call it diversification of activities. We heard that this morning. So this women contribution is recognized when it's paid, and equal salary means equal payment. This is the example in fisheries, for example, where when you are paid with the share, because in fisheries we don't have, in many countries we don't have salary, we are paid on the income that the vessel take every week or every month, and this income is shared between the owner, and then one part for the owner and the other share between the crew members, and women and men, they have equal salary. Then what we have more difficulty and no recognition is the women, the wife of fishers, the wife of farmers, that, or partners, because it's the new word that we introduce in the European language. These women can be recognized or not recognized. It's based on each member state. Next slide, please. I'm just going to tell that in the European Union we have this directive since 1986, where we recognize this wife contribution in fisheries by giving a specific status, and this directive was revised in 2010 due to the lobby of ACTIA, almost. But in the past it was not compulsory, now it's compulsory, but finally only few countries, they offer this possibility, even if they transpose on national legislation. In France, since 1988, the wife of or partner of, they can benefit of what we call assisting spouse status, and this give access to mainly to retired pension. In other countries, they didn't do. In Slovenia, they've done it since the last revision of the directive, specifically in aquaculture. In other places, as I tell before, women are recognized, they have their salary, like in Croatia, for example, they benefit the same rights as men. It seems that officially in Greece, on the statistic, we have a lot of women, more than 20% of women working in fisheries, but we don't know exactly if they pay the social contribution just to have the health and especially retired pension. We don't know exactly why. In the next slide, I just want to show that since 2017, and after many years of lobby, we obtain in European Union some numbers concerning the employment of women in fisheries. Because we had in the fisheries data collection framework, we had the social indicators. We have only 4, but at least one is about women and men employment in fisheries. As you see, we have 3.78% of women working in fisheries only, not in aquaculture. In aquaculture, we had in the past statistics about the work of women. It's almost 24%, but thanks to the Spanish shellfish gatherers, because Spain had the work of the Galician women in aquaculture and not in fisheries. So the number of women in aquaculture is much more higher than in fisheries. These statistics, it was the first year we done. We will have for this year, we will have the new one. Hopefully, they will be better than they were in 2017. In fact, these numbers are given by member states. So if member states give wrong numbers, then we have wrong numbers at EU level. Next. So it's very important that our member state give the real numbers, which is not always easy because there are sometimes political stories behind and the subsidies calculate and so on. So often they don't want to give the real numbers. So Actia was established in 2006 in Ancona in Italy, indirectly with the support of European Union, because we had a research project dealing with women's role in fisheries. And by the end of this project, after 3 years of exchanges between women in fisheries, the women decided that we have to organize a network to lobby at EU level, because EU level is most receptive, I don't know if we say that in English, to these issues compared to our member state, and particularly some of them like France, Greece, Italy particularly, and so on. So we continue to lobby at EU level for the recognition of visible and invisible work of women in fisheries, to promote women's rights and participation into the decision making. And particularly what it was very important, it was in defense of fisheries communities. Women, they always try to defend the fisheries community. I had to say that, in fact, the first vague of women organization was at the beginning of the 19th, during the fisheries crisis in Europe, and particularly again in France, in Ireland, Netherlands, and Scotland. And at that time, women, they understood that they are wife off, and if the business collapses, then they don't have anything. So they understood that they have to claim something for themselves. And that's why, for example, in France, they got the status of collaborative spouse, we call it in France. And that even fisheries communities, they will not exist if fisheries disappear. What is very important, and it's that during our meetings, there are exchange between women on the situation that is happening in each country. So each of them knows what's happened. Some in another country. We have to do with fisher women, that people that they are working in fisheries. So we have a problem of language. That's our main problem. It's communication. But at least projects that happen in France, for example, they were now running in Spain or in other places, and the collaborative status, for example, it's a claim that the Italian women they brought in Italy, and they still not have it. So our main action is lobby, as I tell, and the last slide is just to show what we are claiming and what we still claim, how it's this more gender-sensitive objective at European Union level to take in account women, because finally women are not included in common fisheries policy regulation. We add them on the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund, and now it's another name, it's EMFAF. But it came later. I mean, it's like a cherry on the cake. We have the cake, we just add. We don't do the cake with the women. We don't do the fisheries policy with the women in. I think it's what the Spanish government want to do with the new policy, the new law on sustainable fisheries, that they want to include women from the beginning. It's what in Chile they do also, that the fisheries policy should be done with the inclusion of women and not the women on the top. So particularly what we want also is to know how the European Structure Fund are shared. How much is going to women and how much is going to men. Is not big, probably it's very little, but in the previous, the EFFF, it was, the evaluation showed that it was almost zero. So we're going to know if it's at least little like that. So that's almost our claims. No, I mean you can read. Because I have only 7 minutes and I am almost 9. Oups! Tu as raison, voilà, retourne. It's dangerous here. So, some actions. Okay, now I give the floor to Constance Valéac from FAO. Please, you have the floor. And like Katia, a brief presentation of FAO GFCM, sorry. And this morning we had a little presentation of that. And then real concrete, your experience.
Thank you very much. I will try to be brief. Can we go to the next slide directly, please? So maybe just a few words on the GFCM, the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean. It is a regional fisheries management organization that was created in 1949, and it works under the framework of the Food and Aquaculture Organization of the United Nations, so FAO. And its mandate is the Mediterranean region and the Black Sea region, and it aims at ensuring the conservation of marine living resources and ecosystems, and also the sustainable development of aquaculture. And its peculiarity is that it has the authority to adopt binding recommendations in the Mediterranean for all its contracting parties to then transpose into national legislation. Next slide, please. Can you click on the... Again. And again. Perfect. So the role of women in fisheries. The GFCM was trying to understand... Closer? Okay, thank you. The role of women. So first, the main issue that we have in understanding the role of women is that we have poor data. The data is limited, it's preliminary, and it also depends on what the countries will give the GFCM as data. So we're relying on them to really understand what the role of women is. And from what we have, what we can assess is that total employment on board vessels is occupied by 99% of men and 1% of women. So this data is only on board vessels, but non-vessel-based activities represent 2.5 times of onboard employment, and we do not have enough data for that, and that is also where women also are very present, where we don't have enough data with the pre- and post-harvest sectors, gleaning activities, offshore-based activities, and also the domestic work that women do at home that is also not recognized or taken into account. And I don't know if you see very well, but here in the data that we have, you can see that 95% of the GFCM countries collect data that is for vessel-based activities. But only 30% of these countries collect data that is for non-vessel-based activities, and for the post-harvest sector, only 50% of the countries collect such data. And you can see in the lighter blue color here that 65% of the GFCM countries collect data that is gender disaggregated. But none of these countries collect gender disaggregated data for non-vessel-based activities and put the post-harvest sector where women are also very present. So we really have this issue to understand what the role of women is, because we do not have enough data. So we strive to assist countries and to encourage them to implement data collection systems that really include gender. Perfect. And again, please. So in this sense, the GFCM launched very recently its 2030 strategy, so very briefly, because Miguel has mentioned it already, but it's articulated around 5 targets. And here we don't have a specific target directed at gender, because gender is directly included in all of the targets, because women are in all of the sectors. So all the targets here and outputs and actions that stem from it are really articulated and aim to promote gender equality, gender inclusivity as well. And so this is specific to this new GFCM strategy. Next And so in particular, we have this target on livelihoods and decent work. And here we have outputs that really aim at enhancing sustainable livelihoods and promote opportunities for both men and women, and also actions to strengthen the understanding of socioeconomic impacts of fisheries, shedding the light on the role of women specifically as well, because that's how we can really understand. And this whole strategy aligns to fully implement the GFCM Regional Plan of Action for Small-Scale Fisheries. Next slide, please. And so this Regional Plan of Action, maybe some of you have already heard about it. It guides the GFCM work for small-scale fisheries in the Mediterranean and Black Sea. Oh, and again. And so it's articulated around 9 main areas of action. It was signed in 2018, so it's still quite recent. And so in this instrument, there is a specific area of action to strengthen the role of women. And the RPOA-SSF prescribes measures to enable women to really engage into small-scale fisheries activities, to secure their equal participation in decision-making as well, to make sure that their voice is heard, and to also develop technologies that are adequate and correspond to the needs of women in their activities. Again, sorry about this delay. And so this is kind of the strategies that the GFCM has to understand the role of women, but also actions and concrete activities are being carried out in the field to enhance knowledge, to raise awareness, but also on specific targeted projects. So here first, the GFCM has been carrying out a series of socioeconomic surveys to collect gender disaggregated data. So this work has been carried out for a couple of years now, and it's still ongoing to really assist countries in developing these systems for data collection with gender that is included. FAO has also developed a series of country gender assessments, so for both aquaculture, but also for the fisheries sector, and with section on fisheries and on gender. For awareness-raising activities, for the signature of the Regional Plan of Action for Small-Scale Fisheries in 2018, for example, there was a specific panel on women to give them a voice, to hear about what their issues were, and an award was also given to best practices for initiatives that have been carried out by women specifically. We have also ongoing work on advocacy for women's organizations, in particular in partnership with Actea. We have organized a dedicated SSF Forum workshop on women. So the SSF Forum is an initiative that has been implemented by the GFCM as workshops for small-scale fishers, fish workers, and also any stakeholder in the sector to give them this place to share knowledge, to exchange and learn from one another best practices, etc. And so one specific was organized last year for women, where we had the opportunity to hear from Spanish fishers, Spanish fishers, who had the opportunity, we learned from their own experience on the field, and they were able to exchange with other participants that were attending the workshop, so that was very interesting. Next slide, please. And then finally, the GFCM also works on targeted projects, also with FAO Morocco, where they're helping them to develop a more gender-sensitive approach, for example, in the trainings of future trainers, to have these trainings in light of gender and make sure gender is included in all of these trainings. And also in Tunisia, there has been quite some work that has been implemented there in the past 5 years, with trainings on technical aspects. You can see it right here, but micro projects, and ensure women have the opportunity to develop income-generating activities as well. And as a concrete example, in September 2022, very recently, there was a training that was organized for women in aquaculture to help them develop sustainable practices for aquaculture. And 21 women from the whole region, they came together, and this was a very big success because they also created a network. And now they're still in contact and exchanging, and this has been something that the GFCM is striving to do in the region. So with this, Thank you very much for your attention, and the most important is to hear from you, so really looking forward to that. Thank you.
Without transition, I give the floor to Anna from the UFM.
Buenas tardes a todos y todas. I'm going to speak in English, but happy to receive your question in Spanish. I have no slide, so just look at me. I'm trying to look at you. So my name is Anna Durangrique. I'm a gender expert for the Union for Mediterranean. What is the Union for Mediterranean? It's an intergovernmental organization involving 42 countries. All the 27 of European Union, plus the Middle East and Northern Africa region, plus the Balkan areas. What we do and why I'm here today? Because, first of all, because I am very good friends of Yasmin, but this is not important, because we work on several thematic areas. Two of them are relevant for today's meeting. One is on what we call blue economy, including aquaculture and fisheries, and the other one is on gender equality. So what we are trying to do at the UFM is to see what can be done in the framework of our activities on blue economy to deliver activities that are more gender-oriented. What kind of activities we can do as UFM? We can provide capacity buildings, we can provide data, report, we can provide trainers. We can support networks of women in fisheries, which is the main goal of today's discussion. We are not a donor, so we cannot finance directly projects, but we work with other organizations like the International Cooperation from Germany or from Sweden, covering projects, and that can be submitted through call for applications. There will be a new one that will be launched in 2023 that will be focused on green and blue skins. So this means that it will be open to associations, also association of women, that could apply to get some funds for specific project that should help to create new jobs. We will have also a call for proposal in 2023 for women, cooperatives, work all kind, blue and green, economy for helping them in what is access to trade and commerce. So the idea is to be on the field and try to provide concrete support for women in fisheries. We work with Siam since a long time on gender equality. We cooperate with FAO, not for you directly, but with the colleague working on gender equality. Last year we organized an event online on women and blue economy. Actea was there. And we organized a specific workshop for Lebanese women working in blue economy, including fisheries. So the interest for me today to be here is to understand, to better understand what is needed. If we are going to discuss about a network of women in fisheries, what kind of needs we should try to fill in, which kind of activity can be concretely put in place. Take into account that from our perspective as Union for Mediterranean, our main target group are both women from European states and non-European states. We have been working with Women Association in Tunisia, in Morocco mainly. They are the most active one on fisheries and blue economy. When we talk about blue economy and fisheries, we talk also about sustainable tourism. We have created a platform, this is available to everyone, where all the materials for our training and capacity building are available. I will be happy to share with you later on. But you can find videos, publication. The last one, made in 2021 about sustainable blue economy included for the first time also some data on women in fisheries. Our role as Union for Mediterranean is basically to play the role of a platform between the national government and the regional stakeholders and the civil society. How? Basically, we work on regional platform, and there is one specific on women and there is one specific on blue economy. And the work of the working group and the regional platform are open. So if you'd be interested, this is something that we can discuss about. FAO and Siam are part of the platform. And what we do in this regional dialogue platform, we analyze data, we gather data when available, and this is one of the main challenges that both of you were mentioning, unfortunately, on fisheries, on women, very few. We last year carried out a monitoring exercise on gender on all 42 countries. I could tell you that one areas where we lack most the data are what is considered rural areas, blue economy, fisher. Basically, the countries, even with their national statistic institution, were able to provide the data. Basically because for this, they will rely most on private sector. And private sector has not the capacity or the willing to provide this kind of data. So it's not just a matter that they don't want, they don't know how to do this, really. So also in this case, our idea is to work with the countries and national government to improve their capacity to gather data. Why we talk about data? Why it's so important? Because without data, we cannot decide, as we cannot decide without women on board. This is one of the things that we would like to achieve with our work. Last thing that I want to mention, in 2021, we, as Union for Mediterranean, we adopted 2 ministerial declarations, one on blue economy and one on environment and climate change. And we are going to adopt a declaration on women in 10 days in Madrid. In all of them, I mean, not exactly. In the one on blue economy and the one on climate change, the approach was absolutely our main target group for our policies on blue economy and environment and climate change are women and youth. But each time, women and youth were identified as vulnerable groups. I have to say that before discussing with some of you, the impression was that you are not vulnerable at all, I would say, but between brackets. The ministerial declaration on women that we are going to adopt in 10 days, we try to change and to shift this approach. Women are not vulnerable as such. Women are made vulnerable because there are not the condition allowing them to have equal access to right, to power, to economy, to whatever. So the idea is to work with women in order to recognize that they are what we call now in the trending words, agents of change. What does it mean? You have the knowledge, you have the competencies, you have the skills, you have the power, but this power should be recognized economically, by the legal framework, by the social norms, and this is where the fight become a little bit more difficult. But from our side, the Union for Mediterranean, what we are trying to do is to really to make this change is saying, okay, they are not just the ones that are going to receive support, money, or training on capacity building. They are the ones that should tell us what they need, because maybe they don't need any more training or mentorship. They need something else. So hopefully today we can discuss about this together. 5 minutes? Fine? Fine. Thank you.
So now we can open the floor to first round of questions, if you have any.
you talking about working in fisheries, okay? But is not working in aquaculture. Aquaculture is easier than fisheries. Why prefer working fisheries, no aquaculture? Again? Okay. You talked about working in fisheries, okay? But is not working in aquaculture. Aquaculture is easier than fisheries. Why prefer working fisheries about aquaculture? Yes, yes.
I didn't say that they are not in aquaculture.
But
Some, yes.
Some.
It's 20%, 25%.
Why prefer fisheries about aquaculture? But is aquaculture easy? But in fisheries it's hard.
It's the same work, you know. If you do oysters, for example, oyster, it's really hard work. It's very hard. Both are hard.
Fisheries is very hard.
No, why?
Is in the sea.
But the women are able to be on fishing boats. There are some women, they are doing it. What is difficult on fishing boat, but it's not only for women, it's also for men, is the working condition. When you don't have toilets on fishing boats, it's very difficult for women to be on board, but also for young people. And probably we have to think about that, because in Europe, young people doesn't go anymore for fishing, and probably is for the same reason than that with the women. I mean, they need a little comfortable working condition, more comfortable working condition. And we have to think about that. If we adopt our fishing vessel with more modernity, things that are comfortable for all, then women can do. It's not a matter of strength. Women and men, women can manage their physical force to work also. It's a matter of managing, it's a matter to work, but you need to have the good working condition. In aquaculture is independent, but it's different. But fisheries is possible. I know quite a lot of French and Spanish women that they are working on fishing boats, and they don't have any problem.
Okay.
If the boat is adapted to their own needs.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a very interesting point, because we always imagine that there is a matter of penability, but in reality it's more a problem of a good ergonomy of the workplace. And today we are in 2022, we have new technologies, we have many developments that are today possible to integrate in the boats to have a better life, an easier way of working, but not only for women, for men, because these kind of technologies after they benefit for everybody. Okay. Is there another question? Yeah.
It's to Actea presentation. So, because you talk about you need more support for fisheries for women, you need more in the objective at the end of the presentation. You talk. Just let us know which kind of support practically you think when you talk about support apart to this one. Which kind of support you think that also legislators have to give to you, and so to think about, no? Because we talk every time really in general, but it's important also to understand practically what we think when we think about a support. And if I can just add a point to the previous question, I think it's a little bit different if we talk about Europe and other part of the world, because with a lot of mechanization, it's true that women and men can do the same job. Without this mechanization, it's true what he says before. It's probably harder for women to work than for men, but it's also true that without mechanization, it's also a risky job.
So the problem is mechanization.
Yeah, the problem is mechanization. Yes. No, it's true. It's because.
It's true. Sometimes mechanization is bad for women because in some places they lose their job because they do but the support. As I said at the beginning, in some time, I don't know if it was at the beginning, but anyway, Europe. We are in Europe. We think to be a good example. I don't know if we are, but we think that we should be. We should be. But women enter in the common fisheries policy by the small door. We discovered the women in 2000, more or less. Probably because we signed some agreement, international agreement, and we have to. So the common fisheries policy is done for fisheries stock management. It's not done for even social aspects. And as I just tell, only in 2017 we gathered 4 social indicators. It's gender, education level, age, and who is the labor in fisheries. Is it European, national, intra-European, extra-European? Is the only indicators we have in European fisheries policy. So I mean, if we have the policy that is already made and we add a new level, and as the French fishermen like to say, it's millefeuille, we add, then we don't include women. I mean, we have to think, and I think it's all our legislations is the same. But yes, of course, we need, on legal level, we have to introduce women. I think the Spanish, they are doing, sorry to show you, Rita, but they do a new law that they will do a new law that they will include women in the law from the beginning. That it's one. The other is that in some countries, they have a lot of, they take a lot of subsidies of Europe. So what we want to know is how much money is given to women and how much money is given to men. It's just on justice matter, you explained that we have to do with justice. So it's a justice matter as we are the example for others. That's all. Concerning the mechanization, yes, it's important, but even in Europe, we are not mechanized. When I tell that even toilets doesn't exist on the European fishing fleet, then mechanization. But in oyster farming, women, oyster farmers, they adapt the working tools on their needs. But legislation are also important. For example, in one of the regions in France, the law said that when you harvest shellfish, you have to bring only in one time 1 bag on your back, or 35 kilos. 35 kilos is too much for a woman or for a man. I mean, it's 35 kilos on your back. Then you have a lot of professional disease. So I mean, what we do for women, it's also for the young and for men.
Constance, you want to answer also? Anna, you want to answer for the legislation? Perhaps if we had, yes.
Me gustaría hacer una pregunta. I would like to ask a question, if I may. Okay, I am Rita. We know each other, and I would like to ask you, since we are talking about women, if in Europe, sorry, we cannot hear properly. Okay, now, sorry. I am Rita, we know each other. I am a shellfish gatherer, and here we are ship owners, we are women, we are talking about women, and we are talking about boats, fishing boats, and about the new generations, because 85 fishing grounds were closed, and this morning we talked about many of the solutions that perhaps some will be sending some boats to scrap. And as we involving women, and the sector is really bad. The sector is bad for everyone. And in the European Union, they talked to the Association of Women so that we could give them our perspective from the center. Women have to be in negotiating tables. Have you heard anything? Was anything commented? Yes, because we are talking about new generations, about women being on boats. But if we cannot fish, what can we do? Remedios can tell you we can only work so many 100 days per year. And I am a shellfish gatherer, and the production is decreasing very fast. And when we talk, we are talking about new generations coming, but it is impossible. We live in a small town, and we were about 300 women. And when I arrived 15 years ago, we were 100, and now we are 60. And we are not able to recover the ground that we have lost. And we can see other sectors with ship owners, women ship owners, and we see that the fleet is being reduced. And we are fighting against the wall, because we are women, we are not represented. We want to be heard, but who listens to us? This would be my question to you, since you are here, Katya.
Hi. And I think we can all of you can answer for all the mechanism participation of women. Oui. Rita, I don't have the answer. We have to think, all of us. But you participate on the to the South Advisory Council. The women of the Asociación de las Mujeres de Andalucía, they are also in the Mediterranean Advisory Council. We have to tell also what we think there. I mean, we have only, in this Advisory Council, only men are speaking. Nobody asked the vision of women. So, but I think that we have to start and speak and tell them that women have also a vision. The story of the decrease of the resource is depending of the countries. I mean, it's not everywhere the same situation, but I know that also in Galicia, the age of shellfish gatherers is becoming older and older. So who will replace? There is enough resource to replace? To have young people? I don't know. I think that you are a conselleria. It's better than me to respond to that. It's not an easy question, but perhaps Constance and Anna, from your experience and what you are observing in the field, today what are the main barriers for women to be part of this decision-making process? Of course, sometimes they don't think of her, so they don't invite her, but are there other kind of barriers that make that today women are less heard and less present in this kind of audience where the decisions are taken every day?
No, it's like Katja. I don't really have an answer to the question that was asked. But the main issue, I mean, from the GFCM aspect, as an institutional organization which works with more norms and recommendations and trying to assist countries to advance their work. The main issue is that I mean, on the data aspect, for example, countries don't yet, at least from the southern side of the Mend, they don't always have the means, the awareness that this is an issue that should really be considered, and that if we really want to achieve change and also environmental change and taking into account the challenges that we have in resources, women have to be considered in this question. And we really try to raise awareness of countries to work towards this, to develop systems. And this is also an issue that we have everywhere, is that to help build capacity, to give the means and to give the know-how as well. And also as the GFCM, this is also what we are trying to understand as well, is how do we help countries to do this? How do we help countries to build capacity at all levels, administrative level, but also at the more local level with fishers and organizations as well, to help fishers, for example, organize and have this organization that can be heard at the next level, the regional level, and then at the national level. So, yeah, this is.
Okay. So it's mainly for you a consideration of training administration and decision makers to help them to integrate gender mainstreaming in their activities?
Yes, and I think also another issue is that in addition to the professional aspects of the job, women also have this other charge at home, the whole domestic part, that isn't considered at all.
I was going to ask you this question to you three.
Yes, the whole domestic part that isn't considered at all, and this also prevents them. I mean, there's only for 24 hours a day, and having all this second part of, they end their day and then they start another one at home. And this also prevents them, for example, to get trainings, to develop their own activities, or to, so this is also something, this more social aspect, socio-economic aspect as well, that should be considered. How do we help women in this sense with childcare, for example? This is a whole other topic as well that should be considered.
So the project and the training should take into consideration the work-life balance for women in particular?
I think so. Very quickly, for example, if we have a training that takes place, at 8 in the morning or during the whole evening, for example, well, women can't assist because they have to be, they don't have to, but society asks them to be at home, to be with the children, to do this and to do that. So,
And also, I think that it's that, but in all these places where decisions are taken, there is always a huge amount of papers to read, and that also is not something that is easy. But what I want to tell to all of us, the women organization that they are here, is that you represent yourself. Men are represented by somebody else. I mean that they have a lawyer that is going to the meetings. You go to the meetings. That makes the difference, and I think that we are stronger because we go to the meeting. People know that Rita, I don't remember your name, anyway, Raquel, Maribel, these women are fisher women, and they go to the meetings and they hear. They don't have the representative of the representative who is participate to the meeting. And I think that make our force. That's why we are probably stronger than, because if we don't feel in our hands what we are doing, we don't go. The women, they don't go. It's something that we need to know if we want to do something. We have to handle it very well, and we can. Anyway,
we don't delegate.
No.
Okay, Anna.
Well, I agree with what both of you said. I have to just give an example. In 2 weeks, in Sharm el-Sheikh, there will be this big event that is called COP27, that is about climate change and environment. and all the countries will be there. There will be the countries, meaning the policymakers, who is going to take the decisions. If you look at how many women are seated in the negotiation table, I don't know, it's less than 15%. If you look at all women working on climate change, on environment, on blue economy, and fishery, you go up to 50. So you say there is something missing here. Why? I am the one doing the job, I am not in the table of the decision and the negotiations. This is what you were mentioning. But why this? Depending on the country, on the concepts, whatever. But talking in Mediterranean areas, there are two main things in my opinion. First of all, women are not recognized as a counterpart. As she said, if I am if I am a man, I have no issue with this. I will be there because the structure of the power is there. If I'm a woman, I need to fight to find my place. And if I am alone, it's more difficult. If I am in an organization, association, it will be easier, but it's not enough. Meaning that I should fight to get recognized as how do you call it, a player of the power game. And this is quite difficult because, first of all, you have to prove, and men don't need to do this, but we have to do this, is to prove that you have the knowledge, the skills, the competencies, but it's not enough because at technical level, they can recognize it. But if you say, okay, if you recognize that I have all this, I can be part of the decision game. And this is where, yes, you know, I listen you, but the decision I will take myself as a man. I'm simplifying, but this is the issue, and this is where you have to say. But beside that, there is also an additional issue. This is not just an issue of men and women. This is an issue of power. And when you are in a context of crisis, like the one where the Mediterranean is, that is political, economic, food, energy, whatever, again, once again, who are going to pay the price, the higher price, will be women. Because they are the less powerful in terms of decision making, policy makers. And this is the very difficult things. And this is where, not only in terms of training and technical capacity and know-how, but this is a work to be done day by day to change this structure of power. It's cultural, it's legislative, it's educational, but it's quite long and quite challenging. And the last thing that I want to mention is true, this is not just an issue of women. If you have some critical condition in the sector, meaning because the production is less, because of climate change, because of costs or whatever, it's true. This is not an issue of men or women. But again, for the reason that she was mentioning about, because you have not just to fight in your work, you have to fight in your personal life because you have no enough childcare structure, because you have not additional support, and this is a double burden. And this is where all the organizations should work together to change something. You were mentioning before during the lunch that what it took for you to change the legislation about going from the 010 to 015. And this is step by step, but I mean, it's not easy at all. So I stop here just not to be pessimistic, but the idea is that also the idea to work on building a network also sharing the experience, because in some countries something happened, so it should be useful to know why in that country the change was possible, how I can replicate it. But it's not just to say, fantastic, they did it. You were mentioning something about the Spanish legislation. So it could do, but if they did it in other country, you were mentioning Iceland or Ireland or something like that before, maybe for women, it would be interesting to know which was the condition allowing to do this change. Because everybody can tell me, look, this legislation is perfect in terms of gender equality on the fisheries, but then I cannot apply it because I have no the legal framework, because I have no the economic condition, because there are the infrastructure. It doesn't help. So.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna. We will give colleagues from Bari and where is he? Jauhara from Tunisia. But before I have just one question. You all mentioned the problem of data unavailable. We don't have many data. Well, but we don't have them. And what role do you think research actors or academia, partners like Siam who are involved in research, could contribute to? Because university have the knowledge, sometimes have the data. How can we connect better these worlds who are providing data, quantitative, qualitative, and finally the decision makers, the political decision makers, because these two words don't work perhaps together on this issue at least. Katia, you seem... Okay, Constance?
No, that's a good question as well. I guess also on the research part, for them to have accurate information that really reflects what the field looks like, they also have to work with the fishers themselves. And this is also some programs that we are trying to encourage. I mean, we're also trying to encourage countries to develop these systems of science, fisher interface kind of to help them work together as well. But then the issue also, as you said, is to have this science policy interface. And I mean, within the GFCM, for example, there's this system where there's the researchers that we work with research programs on certain species who collect that data, and then it goes to working groups who discuss the data, and then it goes to another level, sub-regional working group per sub-region in the Mediterranean, and then it goes to this general assembly, let's say, where they from this data and from information that they gathered from the field, they give advice to the General Commission, where the GFCM will adopt recommendations. So there's really this system where they're trying to have recommendations on management and conservation that comes from the field. But again, the system is not perfect either, and I think in addition to research, information coming from research, there's also this need to get the information from those who are facing the everyday circumstances at the sea and in their activities. So yes, this is something that is also being worked on. There's a lot of work to carry out as well. It's a never-ending process, but yeah.
Thank you very much. So thank you. So I will give now the floor to Jauhara from Tunisia and Stefano Carbonara, please. Oh, I think you can, because you can remain seated because... Okay, so Jauhara, are you connected?
Yes, I am.
I don't know.
Rita, you will intervene after to explain about your network.
Okay, I will participate. This is one mine.
Okay.
So I will start. Okay.
So I leave you the floor, please.
Okay. How it work? This one? It work? Not really. Doesn't work. Anyhow, good morning to everybody, and I'm really happy to be here. So today I will just present what we did in the project Nemo Cantara. Can you go on the next slide, please? Yeah, because definitely it doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. So we start from the consideration that generally women represent actually the half of the work power in fisheries, if we include also the work in processing part of the fisheries. So generally women work in shore cleaning, collect of clams and mollusks, and generally they catch we talk about worldwide. Generally they catch for own consumption, so they utilize the result of the fisheries activities to feed their homes, their household. So what we want. So about value chain, what we see and what we register worldwide is that women are part of the central part of the fisheries production, because they work in processing. That is the part that add the most value on the product. Fish is just a fish, but if you filleting it, the gutting, and if you put in a proper form, this fish increases the value 10 times. But worldwide we see that women generally are underestimated in their role, and they are blocked in their economic activities. So with the project, we talk about the case study of Tunisia. Generally in Tunisia the women are employed in processing of oily fish and in the clam sector. About clam sector, it's important to say that used to employ 4,000 of women in all the country, and they reached an average of 700 tons in production. We talk and this represented actually 1% of the total value of domestic fisheries production. We talk about the past because now there are any more clams. As I say in other occasion, clams management, it's an example on how to don't manage fisheries resource, because now there are any clams available in Tunisia. They block completely the fisheries in some region. It's 4 years now, and in the rest of the country, it's since 2 years ago they blocked completely the fisheries of clams. So let's go. So what we did is. Here we return in the main question. We don't have data. What we see is that we have a lot of data if we talk about just the clam collection and how many women are. Okay, but we don't know what they do, in which other activities they are involved, and why they choose to do these kind of activities. Because it's important also to know the motivation of the person that work in a certain field. So what we do is to make a survey on this, and we did in Gabès and Medellin. We separated the survey in 3 parts. In the first part, we try to understand the leaders of fisheries association in Tunisia. Then we did the rural appraisal in all the community involved in the project, and then we did a one-to-one interview. So at the end of this survey, we did 21 rural appraisal, and we carry out individual survey at average 17% of the total member of the Fisheries Association in the south of Tunisia. That is equal to more or less 600 persons. So we did this elaboration also in partnership with the cooperation, and all the survey plan and the interview we did at the level of Siam Bari, and also with the local counterpart. That is important because it's important also that local politics and decision maker are agree with us on what we need to see. So I will just present you the main data we find. Okay, what was surprised actually is that the association in fisheries in Tunisia are at least for Gabes and Medellin, the vast majority are composed by women. Women are, you can see there, actually, in this part, okay? There are 1,700 person compared to men that are 1,000. So it's, and this is data that also Tunisia government didn't know, because the data of the association is in paper. They made the inscription on paper, and they don't have to transmit this locally, and nobody collect all this data to see how many actually there are. And in Gabes there are more women than in Medellin. And if we see the difference between Gabes and Medellin, this is done, we see that in Medellin the majority of them are men, and in Gabes the majority of them are women. Okay, we just will focus more on women in Gabes, because this difference is done, is due to the fact that in Gabes they do mainly clams collection, that it's woman activities in Tunisia. And it's important to say that this small percentage, the 2%, 4% general, are intermediator or are the leader of this group. So this means that these actually there are women associations, because the vast majority are women, as you can see, for example in Nisha Zarat, are managed by men that often they even know how to collect clams. So they manage something they don't know how to work with. So and this it's reflected also in the average salary. So if you can see here, you will see that actually women have the lowest salary compared to men. And it's more interesting this if we think that in artisanal fisheries, because we talk only about artisanal fishermen and women. Generally, we justify the difference in salary with the fact that men take something that is less valuable than women. Maybe, I don't know, magre, grouper, or high-value fish. In Tunisia, it's actually the reverse, because clams have a higher value of fish that are collected in artisanal fisheries. So this means that this difference in salary is not related to the value of the product, but it's related to the access to the market and the access to the they don't have possibility to contract the price, actually, because all this is done by men that manage all the value chain. Okay, so we can go. Okay, here we see also, and a problem of this is related also to the lower education level of women, that generally for this reason they cannot reach the power, let's say, okay, in their organization. Generally they give to the men the management of the association, because they say, okay, I'm not able, I cannot do, it's complicated, etc. So it's important also to invest in this part. So go ahead. Okay, so what we also ask to the woman is what we were interested to understand which was their perception. Okay, so everybody was agreed that we have less clams, but what I find really interesting is why in their thinking why there were less clams. So the majority of them talk about pollution, about blue crab, that it's an invasive species. An important part they say, I don't know. Small part to say about, okay, probably it's normal life cycle of this animal, and only really small, they say there are probably overfishing. That it's for sure the main reason for which clams there are not there. So this means that again, the lack of information and the lack also, because probably nobody explained to the woman what is it really, the overfishing, and nobody take care about explaining to the people that probably are not really educated, but they need to have this transfer of information from research to them, because if nobody's explained to them how it works, this overfishing, they will not do, and actually they will continue to do, and they will not solve their problem. So, and here, this graph I put here because it is really interesting, I think, because you see here, the half of women, they say to us that the value of the clams is decreased, and the other half they say it's augmented, and are the same community. So we were really interested about this, and we discovered actually that was the difference of access to the market, because it's illegal now. The one that are able to sell a good price, they see that it's increased because actually it's a scarcity now of this. The other one, they don't have the same channel to sell the product, and they see a diminution of the value. Okay, go ahead. Okay, about I just want to talk about blue crab because it's an important example of how a woman make added value to a product, because blue crab, it's a product that if you buy in the market, it's less than €1, but once it's transformed, it's something that increases 10 times the price, and it's sold abroad. So this means for Tunisia it's an important export product, and the majority of the labor, 75%, are composed by women. And this is often underestimated, the value of women. And also another important role that women have in this value chain are about the preparation of traps for crabs. This is actually an important work they do in this field. So go ahead. Okay. Okay, just last but not least, I would like to stress to another thing. Generally, we think about fisheries, at least in development country, and we talk about uneducated and the women, they do just handwork. But it's important to say that there are not only these, there are also women that they have a degree, they have a specialization, they have a PhD, and this part is important as the other one, because we think every time in development about the poorer one, they are poor, they are not educated, we cannot do, but women are also other thing, and also development are also another part, and there are another part important, and this part is made by women that work in the research field, and they do also the quality control, the laboratory analysis. Also Jawara that work with the project, and they will talk. She worked as a researcher, and she worked as a control in the control part of the government. So it's important to include also then there when we talk about women in development country. Okay, and okay, here just maps that what I want to show in this is that the poor condition of fishermen and the poor condition of person that work in fisheries, it reflects also on the consumer, because the consumer will have a less quality, a product with a low quality, and will have also a lack of traceabilities. So it is important to link, to understand that if the last of us is in poor condition, this reflects also on our condition. It is not something unrelated to us. To have illegal fisheries of clams that arrive in Italy, and then we eat, and we have toxin because nobody controlled, because it was illegal, is something that reflects also to us. So to don't understand this, it's a problem, could be a problem. So, and also that there are a relation between the well-being of the people and the capacity of these people to give to us as a consumer a good product. So thank you very much, and I give the floor to the next one.
Thank you, Stefano. Perhaps you can give the floor to your colleague, Jauhara, from Tunisia, perhaps to have her reaction on this presentation. Hello, Jauhara. Do you hear us well?
Me?
Yes, and I just wanted to tell you that she will speak in French, so the translation is available, but only from French to Spanish. Vous pouvez commencer, Jauhara.
Jawara, tu nous entends?
Oui, oui, je vous entends.
Ah, ok,
je vous
parfait.
entends.
Ok,
Oui,
nous aussi.
je suis
Alors
là.
tu peux commencer. Parfait, vas-y.
Est-ce que je peux partager l'écran pour voir la présentation ou bien?
Oui, je pense.
Bonne question. Oui, je pense que ça doit être possible. Je pense il faut le faire depuis... Ah, peut-être qu'il aurait fallu nous l'envoyer, comme ça on vous l'aurait...
Ok. Sinon, on peut passer à quelqu'un d'autre et après il envoie le...
Ouais, je pense que c'est bon. Non, on l'a pas. C'est une question d'autorisation en fait. Je pense que ça doit partir de chez nous. Oui. Pour intervenir sur Nemo Project aussi. D'accord. Jauhara, ce qu'on va faire, c'est je vais donner la parole à Rita, qui va nous parler du réseau pour lequel elle est présidente. Et ensuite, je vous redonnerai la parole, d'une part pour réagir sur le projet Nemo Kantara, et ensuite sur le réseau AoFishNet, comment ça se prononce? For African Women and Fish Processors and Traders. Ça vous va si on fait comme ça? Rita, I give you the floor. So, just to present yourself, the network, and the activities of your network, and of course the challenges identified. We discussed some of them before, and your expectations.
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for inviting me, first of all, of course. And I think I should not be here. It should be my colleagues, Remedios and Maria Jose, and Maria Ángeles Cayuela, and they are also presidents of federations of Andalusian women and of women from Valencia. And the truth is that I have to say that one of the best things that we have done is the organization of women, and first of all, because we have the opportunity of meeting other women that are also engaged in fisheries like us. I am also a shellfish gatherer, and I thought that there was shellfish gatherers and ship owners in Galicia. But this is what we were in my small town, small boat owners and she-fish gatherers, and now we see also owners of trawling fishes. We know biologists that are women, and I mean, it's a network that is very important. Okay, regarding women in fisheries at national level, we can see this data from 2018, and there is 10,075 of us, representing 15% of the total. And by regions, you can see that the leading one is Galicia, with 23.4% of women in fishery sector, and then we have the Canary Islands. And the professional profiles are shellfish gatherers. Some years ago, we were about 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, and now we are over 2,000. And for net workers, 500, ship owners, 400 women. And in aquaculture, we are 504 women. And the type of work that we do in fisheries, most of all, we are self-employed, and most of us, we do not have the minimum interprofessional salary. We depend on many factors such as tides, and whether fish came, if they broke, the catches, varies depending on the tides, on biological stops and pauses, and it is works without any professional projection. We do not move higher. We cannot reach higher categories in our jobs. We are considered as having a low professional qualification, hardly any social recognition, despite of how many years we have been working, because we are invisible. And our income was considered as a complement to the family income. Amupesca is an association that was created in 2016 and is present in 33 regions. And at present, we are over 15,000 women in the whole of Spain, and there are shellfish gatherers, gatherers of percebes, biologists, marketers, and of course many more that I have not mentioned here. And the main goals of Amupesca since its creation was defending economic interest of our women members of our association with the activities linked to the sea, to give visibility to the professional women of the sea, empowering them, increasing their leadership, and enhancing their participation in the decision-making organs, and become a platform of dialogue with the institutions, and to promote a more egalitarian society and enhance and defense and promote our profession in the sea. And as we all know, we can see here the shellfish gatherers and the net workers. We participate in the regional development of our territories, and we do not only extract, we also clean and we also gather, and that is, we do a lot of jobs, because in order to guarantee the products for the coming years, we have to work during bank holidays, and we have many jobs. And since we started, what have we done? We have acknowledged social and working conditions. Before there were cards, and now we have given them cards, and making shellfish gatherers equal compared to our male counterparts. 15 years ago we had a reducing coefficient, which means the years that you need for retirement, and we had 0.10. And our male counterparts had 0.15, and they were working and doing everything, the gears and the fish, the products, etc. And after many years fighting, we have make that the Social Security has approved this for this, and now we are waiting for the fisheries law to be approved, but we think that it's going to have a positive result for us. It was many years of fight, but we know that we have to be very consistent, and we have to be a pain, so to speak. It is sad, but otherwise we won't get anything. To improve the working conditions in our jobs, we have to diversify our jobs, improve the profitability if we want new generations to reach. Otherwise, it will be impossible. And also recognition of our occupational diseases. We are working on the revision of the catalogue of occupational diseases, because the age of our women is quite high, it's between 50-55 years old. And we have to have our occupational diseases recognized. I went to work and look at my arms. I was bitten by a jellyfish. These were small jellyfish, but some years we had an invasion, and I had my arm was in big pain, and of course I went to the doctor and I could not work. and he said that it was a common disease, but it was the bite from a jellyfish, and that was an occupational disease, but the doctor didn't do that. And we cannot allow this. We have to tell our experience so that our experiences reach where they have to reach, and to be present also in decision-making institutions. This is what we talked earlier about. So we have to talk give our voice to our experiences. We have always been represented, and it is so easy to solve problems. Why do we have then to come ourselves to show things as evident as this reducing coefficient, which is 0.10 for us and 0.15 for males? Because we have already been 5 years paying, and our women had to work 5 years more to reach retirement because someone was not at the negotiation table or did not think about women. This is where we want to be, at the social security decision-making process, because apparently some say that the system for contribution, the C special scheme, is not included. And one day, the other day, a trade union told us that we were included. So we are a bit lost. We don't know who represents us. In many occasions, we do not have the information. And everyone says that information is power. And what we mentioned earlier, the generation change, or generational replacement, we have to talk about decent salaries and no reduction of fishing grounds. And we are working with quotas, and if a product or a type of clam reduces, then we have to stop and we say, okay, we are not going to collect it so that it can be recovered for a certain period of time. But it takes longer. We are seeing that it is not getting recovered. This is what's happening now. And we have been saying this for years. We are very, very slowly moving, and climate change is there. It's obvious. You cannot deny it. But I think we have to do more. We are moving very slowly in our relationship between workers and scientists, universities. I think there's some connection missing, because yes, there is climate change and we see the reports, but we also lack something when it comes to work. We do not want our work to disappear. So what can we do? Let's start. Sometimes I give a small example. I am a shellfish gatherer, and what we do is sow the clams, we prepare the field, and this is manually done because we do it manually, and we sow the clam with a very small seedling, and we had a small percentage, and maybe you recovered 80%. You had 80% yield. And nowadays it's impossible, because when we don't see the shell, and it appears somewhere else, and you think, what's going on? And we are not scientists, but is it so difficult for researchers or for scientists to come with the cameras, underwater cameras, and see what's going on under the water? Because maybe the climate change also increased the predator species. We have invasive species that we did not see before. So we should start with something as simple as this. If we had so many crabs and I don't know how you call the manta ray, the ray fish that are protected. If you used to have rays and you had the 10 and now you have 100, well, there is a change then. So we need some light to have women and to have a generational replacement. And of course, training. Training is essential to professionalize our jobs. This would be, and the qualifications, this is all related. If we work properly, then we will be more. because more people would come, would enter, because everything is related. And of course, the sea is not in good condition, and we all know this. As I always say, the wrong end of the stick is carried by our sector when we are actually cleaning it, doing the job, and we are telling about it. If everyone does their small part, then we will help each other and we'll achieve greater goals. And to finish, a small group of people that are thinking and are committed can change the world. And I think this is what we are doing. So thank you very much. This was all. Thank you very much.
Interesting. Well, all the interventions were interesting and I learned a lot. Really, thank you so much. Jauhara, on va vous donner la parole. Attendez. Je pense qu'on a pu télécharger la présentation. Et voilà, c'est à vous. Oui, Jauhara, vous nous entendez? Donc c'est soit le son, soit l'image. Peut-être ce qu'on peut faire, parce qu'on est en retard, on va partager cette présentation. So I switch in English. So we will share you this presentation after, and perhaps Jauhara can react without presenting anything. Yes, but I think when she shared the screen, we don't hear her. Bon. Because it's 5:20. We try. Jauhara, c'est bon? Stéphano, on va partager une prochaine fois, si elle peut intervenir directement, d'une part pour réagir sur le Nemo Kantara et sur le réseau auquel elle participe. Et je partagerai le document. Jauhara, on vous entend. Elle nous entend pas? Non, oui, c'est vrai. Je suis fatiguée. Non, mais c'est toujours très risqué ce genre de combinaison. Sorry. Hein. Alors, bon, Jauhara, vous nous entendez? Oui. Alors, Vous pouvez partager l'écran? On fait une tentative et si ça ne marche pas, on passe à l'autre option. Ah, parfait, parfait. On vous écoute.
Oui, oui.
D'accord, merci. Tout d'abord, permettez-moi de remercier les de m'accorder cette opportunité de partager avec vous mon expérience, que ce soit avec les femmes en tant que fonctionnaires de l'administration tunisienne ou aussi en tant que coordinatrice de projet NIMO. Je vais vous présenter la contribution des femmes dans le secteur de la pêche artisanale en Tunisie. Alors, tout le long des côtes tunisiennes, il existe une diversité de techniques de pêche traditionnelles exercées par les femmes. Ces méthodes s'intègrent essentiellement aux coutumes locales. Ces activités se caractérisent par le choix d'une part de l'espèce, le choix des zones de pêche et aussi des saisons de pêche. C'est-à-dire, on peut trouver des techniques de pêche spécifiques pour des régions bien déterminées ou bien pour des saisons de pêche bien déterminées. Comme dans la plupart des régions du monde, en Tunisie, les femmes participent rarement à la pêche de capture commerciale en haute mer ou à distance très importante par rapport au port d'attache. Les femmes participent essentiellement à des activités de pêche côtière et aussi à des activités liées à la pêche. Des activités liées à la pêche, que ce soit en amont de l'activité de pêche comme en aval de l'activité de pêche. L'essentielle activité exercée par les femmes sont la pêche côtière et c'est rarement, mais ça existe. Il existe quelques femmes dans des sites bien déterminés à Kerkena ou bien à La Cheba, dans la région ouest de la Tunisie, qui pratiquent cette activité avec des petites barques côtières non motorisées. La deuxième activité auquel participent les femmes, c'est une activité liée à la pêche. Ce n'est pas une activité de pêche, mais c'est une activité liée à la pêche et qui consiste au montage et au remondage des filets de pêche. Les femmes qui pratiquent cette activité ont bénéficié au préalable des formations, que ce soit dans le cadre des projets de coopération technique dans des composantes de renforcement des capacités des femmes, ou bien à travers des associations actives dans le secteur de la pêche, et aussi à travers la formation sur le tas, c'est-à-dire un héritage de père ou bien de la mère vers la fille, ou bien du mari vers la femme. Pour la contribution de la femme dans le secteur aquacole en Tunisie, à part les fonctionnaires dans les établissements publics liés à l'aquaculture, on a une modeste expérience qui vient de voir tunisienne, qui a eu le courage d'implanter son propre projet d'aquaculture continentale. Il s'agit bien d'un projet d'élevage de tilapia du Nil dans les eaux du sud tunisien. Cette première expérience dans laquelle la promotrice a rencontré quelques petits problèmes de commercialisation de ces produits, vu que le consommateur tunisien n'est pas habitué à la consommation des poissons d'eau douce. L'activité la plus importante que exercent les femmes en Tunisie, comme l'a dit dans sa présentation M. Stéphane, c'est l'activité de collecte de palourdes. En fait, plus que 10% de la population des pêcheurs, qui est aux alentours de 5 000 ou plus que 5 000 femmes, exercent l'activité de collecte de palourdes. La zone d'activité, c'est essentiellement la zone du golfe de Gabès, à savoir les gouvernorats de Sfax, Gabès et Mednin. C'est une activité qui est connue par sa difficulté, c'est une activité pénible, activité saisonnière, exercée en quasi-totalité par des femmes qui ont des difficultés pour se déplacer vers les lieux de travail. Lors de la pesée, elles ne sont pas présentes, ce sont les hommes qui sont à la pesée de ce produit. Donc, les principaux problèmes sont les difficultés d'accès aux zones de pêche, les prix à la production qui sont très bas. Ces femmes n'ont pas de couverture sociale adéquate et aussi la saisonnalité de cette activité. Avec la saisonnalité de cette activité, il n'y a pas d'autres activités alternatives génératrices de revenus en période de suspension de la pêche. Et aussi, l'arrêt de cette activité vu le déclin du stock naturel de palourdes en Tunisie. Ainsi, les femmes se trouvent maintenant face au chômage. C'est un chômage forcé vu la diminution du stock, voire l'extension du produit. Là on a commencé à chercher des sources de revenus alternatives pour les femmes. Et c'est dans ce cadre que je vais vous présenter une première activité du projet Nimo Kantara relative à l'activité liée à la pêche de crabe. Le crabe, c'est une espèce invasive qui est entrée dans les eaux tunisiennes depuis l'année 2014. Avec cette activité, on a vu le développement ces dernières années de l'activité de transformation de crabes dans des usines qui sont à la propriété des privés et dont les femmes travaillent comme ouvrières contre un salaire qui, dans certains cas, il est jugé non rémunérable. Il n'est pas proportionnel à l'activité que font ces femmes. En fait, sur le plan statistique, on a vu que plus que 30 usines de transformation et de conditionnement de crabes ont été implantées tout le long des côtes tunisiennes. Le produit est destiné essentiellement à l'exportation vers plus que 27 destinations, particulièrement les marchés asiatiques. Puis l'expansion de cette activité de pêche de crabe et vu que la pêche de cette espèce demande une technique particulière qui est spécifique et qui a été conçue pour la pêche de crabe après des grandes expériences pour choisir l'engin adéquat pour ce type de pêche. Et c'est dans ce cadre que, dans le cadre du projet Nimo Kantara, une session de formation sur la conception des NAS a été réalisée au profil des femmes adhérentes à un GDAP actif dans la région. Cette formation elle a permis aux 20 femmes bénéficiaires qui ont suivi cette formation de trouver un emploi qui peut compenser un peu les pertes qu'elles ont enregistrées suite à l'arrêt de l'activité de collecte de palourdes qu'elles sont habituées à l'exercer. À la fin de cette formation, une visite d'échange entre ce GDAP c'est une structure professionnelle constituée des femmes actives dans la pêche de palourdes, une visite d'échange a été organisée entre les différents GDAP. Des GDAP de pêche côtière qui sont essentiellement des hommes pêcheurs qui ont des barques de pêche côtière et qui exercent la pêche de crabe. Ils ont visité et ils ont vu le travail de ces femmes pour pouvoir établir des liens entre ces femmes constructrices de NAS et les hommes pêcheurs qui ont besoin de ces NAS pour travailler. Il y a aussi un lien qui a été établi entre ce GDAP, ce groupement de femmes pêcheurs, et une usine installée dans le port de la région, de Zarat. Dans le cadre de ce contrat, l'usine achète les NAS fabriqués par ces femmes pour les fournir aux propriétaires des barques auxquels ils acceptent les débarquements. Une deuxième activité réalisée dans le cadre du projet Nimo Kantara au profil des femmes qui ont vu leur activité s'arrêter. C'est l'activité de cofinancement. Au cours de cette activité, on a lancé un appel à projet auquel les femmes ils ont proposé des idées de projet. Elles ont bénéficié tous d'un encadrement de l'équipe de projet, des visites, des ateliers de sensibilisation. Et par la suite, on a reçu une diversité d'idées de projets qui ont été proposées par ces dernières. Après un long processus d'encadrement et d'accompagnement, on a commencé à voir des projets réels dont les idées sont essentiellement par des projets agricoles, des projets relatifs à la valorisation des produits agricoles, des plantes aromatiques, la distillation des plantes aromatiques, des projets de restauration, des projets de valorisation des déchets des oasis pour la fabrication d'aliments de bétail. On a aussi reçu des idées de projets relatifs à des broyeurs de plastique, le recyclage de plastique que connaît la région. Pour ce qui est de mon expérience avec les organisations professionnelles africaines, j'ai assisté à la création du réseau africain des femmes transformatrices et commerçantes des produits de la mer, qui est un réseau continental qui réunit les femmes transformatrices et commerçantes de tout le continent. Il a été créé en 2017 avec l'appui de l'Union africaine. L'objectif de ce réseau continental est le partage des meilleures pratiques, des expériences et des technologies entre les femmes du continent qui exercent cette activité de transformation et de commercialisation de produits de la mer. C'était un cadre dans lequel il y avait beaucoup d'échanges, beaucoup de partage d'expériences et aussi on a vu des accords qui ont été établis entre les femmes responsables des associations d'un pays ou d'autre. Il y a des accords entre des associations du même pays et aussi des accords entre des associations de pays différents, surtout les pays voisins de l'Afrique de l'Est. Bon. Le réseau a aussi pour objectif la sauvegarde des opérations de pêche, c'est-à-dire la durabilité de l'activité de pêche et aussi l'accès au marché pour la commercialisation du poisson, parce que l'accès au marché, c'était un défi pour la plupart des femmes adhérentes à ces associations. L'Union africaine a aussi appuyé la création de chapitres nationaux pour chaque pays. On compte actuellement plus que 20 chapitres nationaux pour différents pays. Pour ce qui est de la Tunisie, l'atelier de création de réseau national a été lancé durant la période du 22 au 23 novembre février 2022. On vient de créer l'association tunisienne des femmes dans le secteur de la pêche et de l'aquaculture. Cet atelier a connu la participation de plusieurs représentants de plusieurs administrations et organisations qui ont encouragé fortement la création de cette association, vu les possibilités d'encadrement qu'elle peut apporter aux femmes, surtout avec les difficultés qu'elles rencontrent actuellement après l'arrêt et la suspension de l'activité de collecte de palourdes. L'arrêt avec les témoignages des femmes qui exerçaient auparavant l'activité de collecte de palourdes, leur situation socio-économique est très difficile. On a vu même des familles qui ont obligé leurs enfants à quitter l'école parce qu'ils n'ont pas les moyens économiques pour financer leurs études, vu que la contribution de la femme maintenant n'est plus, il n'y a pas de revenus de la part de la femme. On a vu aussi des cas d'exode rural. Certaines familles ont dû quitter les régions côtières pour s'installer dans les villes, pour chercher un emploi afin de répondre aux besoins de leur famille. Essentiellement, ce que on a une forte coordination entre les chapitres de l'Afrique du Nord établis jusqu'à maintenant. On a trois chapitres. Association en Égypte, l'association tunisienne et l'association algérienne, dans l'espérance que les autres pays peuvent instaurer leurs réseaux nationaux pour pouvoir collaborer mieux et pour pouvoir partager les expériences des différents pays et expériences. Je vous remercie pour votre attention et si vous avez des points à me demander, je suis à l'écoute. Merci encore une fois.
Merci beaucoup, Jawhara. Merci. And just for your information, all you've been presented will be shared to all of you, so you can deepen the lecture when we will have perhaps more time. We are supposed to finish now, but if you agree, we keep 10-15 minutes for questions, if any, and then not today, we won't decide today if we need to create a Mediterranean network for women in fisheries, but perhaps what could be the added value of a Mediterranean network. We discussed many points. All of you highlighted the problem, the lack of data and studies, the barriers for decision-making process, the necessary evolution also of the legislation, and of course it's transversal, more capacity building, more training of these women, in particular in the problems related to climate change, pollution, because it's necessary for them to adapt and to prevent when it's possible. We also discussed the necessity to have a real field research connected to the communities and where these communities could be real partners also for gathering some data. So really there are many dimensions that we could discuss, and these are all potential projects that could be developed in the framework of a Mediterranean network. So I don't know, I open the floor if you have any reaction, first of all question for the project that has been presented and the networks, and then I can start collecting some reactions.
Bueno, creo que ya no me voy a presentar.
Well, I am not going to introduce myself because I have been speaking, you know already, you know me already. I would like to say, first of all, that I don't want the idea to be found here that the women in the Mediterranean fisheries does not have any representation, and that the associations are empty or void of content. We have created the Association of Women in Fisheries in 2018, and we did the first meeting with women in the sector. We saw Katia there with women from Mauritania and Morocco, and this was the first thing we did. But we need the political will, we need commitment, and we need support from institutions. And that was our first task in 2019. And after that, obviously, we had the COVID pandemic, and our activity was very limited to an important field, which was the education with online courses on maritime tourism, to diversify the fishery sector. And all this is also available in our website for any of you if you want to check it. And regarding the participation and the political commitment, that is also important, and institutional support, we are part of the advisory council at the Andalusian regional government. So our association is called every time there is some topic to discuss regarding the fisheries sector. We are part of the advisory council, but we are also part of MELARC. We are full-fledged members, and we have a colleague, Imma, that was not able to attend here today, but I think that from the 17th to the 19th of October she will attend, and we are also part of ITAC. And recently, with the implementation regulation for the Mediterranean that Rita mentioned, whereby the fishing was forbidden or banned in several zones or areas, we were at the same level as the Federation of Fishing Communities and Associations of Business Owners, and we met with the regional government of Andalusia, and we brought forward our ideas. So what I mean is that it is not a matter of not being present, it is a matter of working a lot and getting a lot of support. I don't know why, in the end, the administration was stuck at this third forum. If this forum was at 9:30, everyone would be present, but I think everyone has left because we are talking here now about women, and we need to be taken seriously. We are not going to ask for anything. We are claiming our share in power and in the decision making. We are not taking anything from anybody. We are claiming what is ours because we represent 50% of the population of the world. And now I would like to say that there is a certain sexism, because whenever there is an association of women getting some financial support, is very questioned. But from other associations, nothing is mentioned. Why? Are they more useful than us? I don't think so. In the conference of NET that we held in La Palma, and I said it very clearly, and I would like to repeat it here today, I want our claims to be taken seriously by regional governments and also state governments and at European level, because of course we have these fora, but it is like a fad, like a fashionable. Of course, we have women, and of course we let them have their meetings. We are so good. But no, we have our meetings because we have a lot to bring forward. And we don't have a drop in the ocean, but we have the whole ocean. And we do have, from the regional government of Andalusia, we have work that can see how women are working in different sectors. We have data regarding the extracting sector, the marketing sector, at big markets. I don't know what's going on at other regions, but of course we need the political will and the awareness to know that we are here, and we are here to stay. We are not asking or taking anything from anyone. This is ours, because we have been working in the sector of the sea for as long as many, many years, despite invisibility. And the specific working problems that we have, well, regarding training, of course, it is difficult. In the last meeting that we held in Cadiz, we had two colleagues that had a polyvalent pattern, but in order to use this qualification, it means that a person had to enroll in a big boat. If you do not have a family boat, no one will enroll you. And women were complaining because they had completed their studies, they had their qualification, but the qualification could not be used because no man wanted to enroll them in their boats. And these are the real problems from here. and they are being solved, or this is where we have to work. And regarding the generational replacement, well, this is very complicated because there is not an economic attraction because things are going bad, and this is another problem that we have, both women and men too. And since I have the opportunity tomorrow, a very small association from Almeria of the Galatea Fisheries Women's Association, we will get an award from a environmental organization because we have been collecting marine litter simply by buying rubbish bags, and we get the rubbish and we classify it ourselves. You have to be very patient, and you have to be very interested and very dedicated, and to have a strong will. And well, after the years, we have had this work being acknowledged. And it is sad, but at least our colleagues from Galatea were there collecting rubbish. And then I would also like to share that from the councillor, the regional councillor of Andalusia, that met for a project that perhaps is pioneer in Spain, and it will have an impact beyond our borders. And it's regarding the creation of a point for second selling in Almeria that will be managed exclusively by women. So we have started very small, but everything depends on what you have behind you and the support you can get. So this is why I am asking here today if there is someone from the administration that in the other parts of the Mediterranean can have the same, because we feel privileged, but of course we carry on working. And can you hear me? Unlike the north and the south, the Andalusia region, in the Valencia region, women are not called for anything. Now they have started to be called for the Fisheries Council through ANUPESCA, but regarding other fisheries topics, we are not called. Their only stakeholders are the associations of fishermen, and we are not considered at all. And I am from Santa Pola, in the coast of Alicante, and 40 years ago, it was very strange to have a house where the woman did not mend any nets. And this job was like part of your housework. And this job has been lost and has been wasted. There are no net menders, but neither male nor female. So with the jobs of the fishing sector have to be attractive for women and men too to be included. And also in our case, very few women go out on sea. A lot of them go to the port, but very few of them go out to the sea. So those of us, what we do is manage companies because they are small family businesses, and we enroll the people, and we look after the boat and do all the paperwork for the boat to go out to the sea and fish. Perhaps you don't know, but it's a lot of paperwork. And if women were not there, the boat would not go out to the sea to fish. And this job is not acknowledged either. But it is a work, it is a job that we do, and it's not recognized. It's seen as an obligation. But without our work, the boat would not go out to the sea. And this is why it's very important for women to be at the negotiation tables, because it is us who work for boats to go out to the sea, to get money. We go to get the diesel and so on. So we have to be there.
She doesn't want to talk. She goes out fishing. Now she's on sick leave, but she doesn't want to talk. but she's here today.
Patrona de pesca, además.
Please, if there are reactions.
What means armadora for you in Spain? Because I mean, from one country to another country is different definition. So I would like to know.
No, es que en el mismo.
It means that in the same place, armadora could be the one making the nets. But in my case, armadora is the owner of the boat. A businesswoman is the owner. I can answer also because I forgot, in Andalusia, we're doing the first statute of fishing woman, and there's a definition that we took part in with this association of what we understood as a fishing woman, woman in fishing, or armadora, or a series of basic concepts. As soon as I have it, I will send it to you because I think it will come into force this year. But armador is the one also who makes the nets, designing the nets for fishing. But in our case, it's a ship owner. When we say armadora, is a ship owner.
Okay. Thank you. If there's no other question, I think we're going to close the meeting. It's nearly 6. What we can... I won't make a conclusion or wrap up because we have many things have been said, and each time I try to wrap up a little bit. But what is sure is that today it's a first, it's a sort of kickoff meeting. First of all, to know each other better, to highlight some points of the situation in women in the Mediterranean region, and what is sure is that the first step now is to think on how all together, so the organizations, the national networks, the associations, the universities, how all together, all the people present today, we can start thinking about creating a synergy around the Mediterranean issues, because we have common challenges. We have environmental, climate change, but also social and economic common challenges, because we are one region. And what affects one side of the region, or one side of the Mediterranean affects the other side also. So what could be interesting here is to start to think about how we create this synergy and how we create the conditions of a permanent dialogue. The idea is really not to have a one-shot meeting and then everybody goes to its activities. We see now that we have many potentially things to do together in a complementary way at different levels, and this meeting is really a first step, and we will come back to you very soon with perhaps a meeting to be organized online or in presential, and start progressively structuring what could be this network. We're not going to create another association, and the idea is not. The idea is only to stop working in silos, and to start sharing best practices, knowledge, and perhaps contacts also that could be very important for our common objectives in the region. Thank you. Thank you for. I think we have a photo now. Here, okay, and I would, before I forget, I would like to thank the technical staff and the translators. Thank you so much. And we will take a photo then.